Good morning. I welcome you as I'll introduce myself, Marilyn Spaventa, Interim Executive Vice President of Educational Programs. And this morning we have the first of 4 forums to introduce the finalists for our Superintendent Presidency position. A little reminder to please silence your phones if you are sitting here. The forum is divided into 2 parts. The first part will contain structured questions, and the second part is the opportunity for questions from anyone from the audience. If you are sitting here in the Garvin Theater, you should have a copy of the bios of all of the candidates and the information about how to provide feedback should you choose to do so to the Board of Trustees. That is available to you until 8 o'clock tonight. If you are viewing remotely, that information is available on the web page. So, to move us right along, I'd like to introduce Dr. Melinda Nish, who is currently the Superintendent President at Southwestern College. Dr. Nish? Welcome.
Thank you.
We have a spot for you right over here.
Thank you.
And to begin the forum, please tell us about yourself, what attracts you to the position as Superintendent President at Santa Barbara City College.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Santa Barbara City College. It's 10 a.m., and we have a small but mighty audience here. So, to get us started, and thank you very much, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself, and I'd like to know a little bit about you too. So even though we are small and mighty, I'm interested to know, do we have any current students or former students? Anyone that's ever been a student? Okay, the hands are going up, great. Faculty members, full-time, part-time? Yes, the hands are going up. Classified staff, confidential staff, good morning. I'm sure that we also have administrators, supervisors, directors, deans, VPs. Good morning. I understand that, I hope we have someone from the foundation? Not yet. Oh, yes, good morning. And I believe we have Board of Trustee members. Welcome, good morning. Do we have any community members? Yes? Yes, thank you. Good morning to all of you. The reason I wanted to ask is because with what I know about Santa Barbara City College, this is a very engaged college in an engaged community, and even in a small audience, every single constituency is represented, and that is something that greatly attracts me to this college and this position. A little bit about me. I am the Superintendent President at Southwestern Community College District, where I have been for over 4 years, just about 4.5 years. So I know very well what a single college district is like, and I know very well the opportunities and the challenges and the rich rewards of working in the California Community College system. I have a strong instructional background. I began my career by teaching economics, and that may not be your favorite subject, but it was a great subject for me to teach, and it really helped me understand how to work better with students with difficult theoretical and conceptual types of instruction. And I began that teaching in Switzerland, at the American College of Switzerland in Lausanne. That's something else about me. I've lived abroad. I lived in France for a year. I lived in Switzerland for over 8 years. I lived and worked on Negril Beach in Jamaica for 2 years. I've lived in a lot of places, and I'm happy to say that the last over 14 years have been in California. I came into this system at the Coast District, 3.5 years as the Dean of Business and Computing at Orange Coast College, 6.5 years as their Chief Instructional Officer. And during that time, I had the opportunity to serve on the statewide board representing my region, got to know your superintendent president, Dr. Lori Gaskin, and was able to serve as the president of that organization for over a year as well. Of course, now I'm at Southwestern, and I've had many challenges there that I've been able to address, I think, quite successfully. And I think that a lot of those skills are skills that you need. And I'm interested in this position because of both the fabulous work you do and the challenges, the things that I would like to do. You are known for your academic excellence. You have a lot of prizes and awards that testify to that excellence. And of course, anyone that is passionate about education wants to be within an institution that values academic excellence. You also, as I mentioned earlier, have a very engaged community. And for me, that's important because we are community colleges and we need that support and engagement. And there's something else very attractive about you and about this region, and that is your deep commitment to social justice. I have a doctorate from Fielding Graduate University. Their headquarters are here in Santa Barbara. And one of the main reasons I chose Fielding was because of their commitment to social justice. And so these are things that you do really, really well that attract me. Now, there are other things that attract me because one of my leadership skills is results-oriented. I really like to get in, address a challenge, turn it into an opportunity, and then see the results. And so, like any organization with lots of people, there are opportunities with Santa Barbara City College. First, probably enrollment. With my strong instructional background, I think that's a plus. We have been seeing decreases in our credit enrollment here, and we need to look at short-term and long-term solutions. So I think that this is of great attraction to me because I think there are some unique solutions that we might implement in this area of the state. So that would be something that greatly attracts me, is how do we handle short-term and long-term this enrollment challenge. And of course, you know that that enrollment challenge means we're going to need to address things that involve the community and may have issues with the community. Because if we start talking about students that are not from the district, be they California students or non-resident students, international students, we start talking about things that go along with that, such as housing. And I know that this has been an issue for the college, an issue for the community, and it's a challenge that I really welcome. I think that there are some deep conversations to be had, and I do think we can come to some solutions. So that brings me to one other area, and I'll close with this. I really love the external role of the superintendent president. I love getting out there, listening to the community, learning about the community, understanding the dynamics of the community and how it works with the college. And there are some things that we need to address and perhaps some fences to mend. The 2014 bond measure was not successful, but rather than looking at it as a failure, let's look at this as a learning opportunity. There were a lot of voices and opinions that were expressed. We need to understand and be very empathetic to those viewpoints and think about what we can do to address those concerns, to better articulate our needs, and really create the support that we need to move forward. Because we have had identified, even by the accrediting team, that we do have some resource issues in terms of our facilities. So again, I think this is a great challenge, and I think that I have the skills to help move this college with this community forward in addressing it. And with that, I'll let you start asking me questions.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nish. I think that you've answered the first question very well about pressing issues, so I'm going to move to the second question. Please describe your experience working with collective bargaining units and implementing collective bargaining agreements.
Thank you. I have had well over a decade of working directly in collective bargaining. When I was at Orange Coast College, I was on the negotiating team for all of the faculty union negotiations. I helped write proposals. I analyzed impacts to the contract if we adopted certain proposals, and worked very actively for well over 5 years. One of the things that I first got to do, which took almost 2 years, is negotiate class maximums. That was interesting because it wasn't a single college district. It was a 3-college, multi-college district, and all 3 colleges had different class maximums for the same classes. So that was a great experience, took a lot of time, and it really taught me a lot about the bargaining process. Now, in my current position, I do not sit at the table. I'm not the chief negotiator, but I work directly with the chief negotiator. We often employ a labor lawyer that assists us, and I'm responsible to often help create different ideas or solutions to get us through an issue. And we are right now in the process of having tentative agreements on a series of items, and I can't tell you about them because they haven't become public yet. But what I will tell you is that I'm very excited that we were able to get to that point, and I'm glad that we were able to have even some of my ideas end up in the tentative agreements. Here's what I know about labor relations. You have to develop trust with your leaders. Even if you don't agree, you need to develop a bond of trust to move those negotiations forward. I work with all of our labor leaders. I meet at least once with each president. We have 1 faculty union president, 1 classified union president, and we just recently had the managers unionize. And so I meet with them as well. We don't direct deal, we honor the negotiation process, but we have very frank conversations and we talk about where we're coming from, what's influencing our positions. And again, I'm going to use this word of empathy. I really have learned to stop, to listen, to understand where that viewpoint is coming from, because that means that we might be able to think of creative solutions and not become entrenched. And so this has been a real learning process for me, and I'm sure if you contact the labor union leaders at Southwestern College, you're going to find that I have been a warm, a welcoming, an honest and frank administrator that has opened my door to them, and that we've developed really good relationships. And I think that that is something that I certainly could do here at Santa Barbara City College. I believe in having unions. I believe that they do help and protect our faculty and our other staff members. And it's not their contract, it's our contract. It's our agreement together, and I truly believe that it's we and not us against them. We may not always agree, but when we're respectful and empathetic, we can figure out ways to move forward. And I'm going to give you one last example. When I first came to Southwestern, it was January 2012. Think back, what was the budget like? And Southwestern was in a budget crisis. We went and asked all of our labor union presidents and went to the big table and negotiated with them a 5% across the board pay cut. That's a hard pay cut. That's a big pay cut, it's significant. But we were able to sit down, very transparently explain why. We were able to show what we could do to mitigate that cut if possible. And then we garnered a vote from all units to proceed with the pay cut. And everyone took the pay cut, even me, even the trustees. What happened? We said if any new incoming revenue happens this year, comes in, we will use that revenue to immediately address the pay cut. And we were able to have 2 centers that were recognized as full service centers and funded. Over $2 million ongoing revenue came in. The pay cut went from 5% to 3.5%. And then last year, we were able to restore the last 1.5%. And so now everyone has been made whole. And that was also to demonstrate the honesty of the promise, because we assured folks that if we were able to restore, we would restore, and then we made good on that particular agreement. So those are some examples of how I've worked with collective bargaining. I think it's an area of strength for me. Thank you.
Okay. Moving beyond collective bargaining, SBCC has a strong culture of communication and collaboration across all governance groups. Can you give us an example of a time when you relied on collaboration to solve a problem your college faced?
You know, if you would have asked me, can you think of a time you didn't rely on collaboration? I might have had an easier time finding an example because honestly, I think I've used collaboration for any large issue that the college has faced. I've been thinking about two quick examples that I'll give you. The first example is something that happened to me when I first arrived at Southwestern. There wasn't a lot of trust amongst all the different groups. They had been coming through a very difficult time. And unlike Santa Barbara City College, Southwestern's completion numbers didn't look very good. We really needed to focus on what we could do to help our students succeed. And so what I did is I asked to use the opening day in a way to join all groups and to focus. And we made a commitment that students first was our motto, and we were all going to work, whether we were the lead plumber or whether we were the lead biology faculty member, if you were working in maintenance or if you were working in the HR office, it didn't matter where you were in the organization, you were going to help us look at what we could do to help our students succeed. We had no money, it was 2012-13, it didn't matter. What could we do even if we didn't have money? Hundreds, literally over 300 people were divided into small groups where every group had classified managers and faculty integrated. Our faculty members were trained as facilitators for each group, and then each group went through an exercise to decide from their perspective, what could we do to help our students succeed? All of that information was gathered, winnowed into themes. We had inclusive groups with faculty, classified managers meet, and further winnow that information into areas where we could develop strategies. And we developed 3 strategies. The first was our students' issue of preparedness. So we wanted to do a summer session, something in the summer to help our students get a leg up, and we developed a summer boot camp. The second strategy, believe it or not, was looking at our data better. We realized that we knew our students were coming in unprepared, but we really hadn't done appropriate data analysis to figure out how to take the next step forward. And the third strategy was electronic student ed plans. We were already re-implementing Colleague, our Datatel ERP, and so we moved the student educational plan module right up to the top. And those were the 3 outcomes from that very collaborative process to address what was clearly a issue and a problem. And I know you're going to ask me another question, so I'll save what happened in a minute. Let me give you another example. At Southwestern College, we have a strong shared governance system, just as you do at Santa Barbara City College. I may not have grown up in California, but I'm a strong proponent of AB 1725. And I've really worked to strengthen the shared governance structure and system. The ultimate committee is the Shared Consultation Committee that I co-chair with the Academic Senate President, and then there are 8 standing committees. One issue that we had throughout the district, because just as Santa Barbara City College isn't just this main campus, Southwestern also has 3 higher education centers and an aquatic center. But throughout that whole set of facilities, we had an issue with smoking because people were violating the 20-foot rule and it had become contentious. So we moved this through the shared governance committees. We also moved it through the Associated Student Organization, the Academic Senate, and we got to Shared Consultation Council, and we did not have a consensus. There were some very strong opponents, and the major issue was enforceability. How do we really enforce this? And at Southwestern, we have a police department, and people were concerned. Are we going to employ the police? Will this be heavy-handed? Is that what we do in an institution of learning? And because we didn't have a consensus, we moved it back into the different committees to address the issues that had come up in the Shared Consultation Council. And we kept working on it. And we kept talking to the opponents and asking, what can we do to satisfy your issues, resolve them, and move forward? And we were able to. It took time, and it took timing, because one of the strongest opponents was a constituency leader. And he came to me, and because of the relationship we had developed, meeting at least once every month, he said, Belinda, you know that I don't support this. You know that I'm a smoker, and what you know now is I'm going to retire. And he said, and with my retirement, you're going to have my opposition leave, and I think it'll be the right time to move forward. And that was the timing. He retired. That opposition left, but more than that, all of the issues that had been raised by the opposition had been discussed, addressed, and we had plans to resolve, and we launched the Smoke-Free District. And it's rolled out very, very well. We don't have draconian ticketing by police officers. It's been self-enforcement. We talk to one another, we explain what's going on, and quite frankly, we haven't had a problem. Just another way of showing that working together collaborative, maybe not always is the quickest way to a decision, but it often is the most sustainable manner to take a decision and move forward.
Thank you. And I will remind us that we have 3 more questions, and I want to make sure that we have time for questions from the audience. So going back to what you alluded to before, will you please share your experience and results in improving student success, equity, and diversity on a campus where these have been identified as priorities?
Thank you. So picking up from what we did on that opening day and winnowing to those 3 strategies, that served as the foundation for a successful Title V grant that we also then used as the foundation for planning for SSP, Student Success and Support Programs funding, and for our SEP, Student Equity Plan funding. And we took that initial set of strategies and with the funding that we were able now to have from these sources and with our Basic Skills Initiative money, we went a step further. What did we discover when we did the data analysis? Regardless of topic, regardless of instructor, if you embed tutors, student achievement dramatically improves. And so now with funding, we have been training and we have been embedding tutors first and foremost into all the basic skills courses. We now have over 100 courses with embedded tutors. We're expanding further. We believe we have more embedded tutors than any college in the state, perhaps in the country. And we're doing this because regardless of the achievement gap, this is a strategy that we wanted to scale up. With Title V, that summer session we wanted, well, now we've got that summer session and Title V is helping us pay for it, and we are also having a first-year experience with Title V helping us pay for that. 100 sections for Title V started last fall. We'll have at least 300 this fall. So we've been moving rapidly with that funding. And we have made sure that we have adopted a concept called braiding, so that we don't plan in silos what happens with Basic Skills Initiative, what happens with this strand of funding for SEP, that everything and all our plans are mutually supportive so we leverage those dollars and we can scale up. We have excellent small interventions. Puente, which actually we have one of the largest Puente programs in the state. We have lots of learning communities, TILA, which came out of Umoja. We have a Bayan, Filipino learning community, a number of these, but they're relatively small. So the embedded tutoring is a way to intersect into all those different learning communities and help them become even more productive. That's a concept of how you mutually support what you're doing. So this is what we've been working on because the achievement gap is alive and well at all of our community colleges, Santa Barbara just as well as at Southwestern. And another thing we've been doing is that we know that the largest achievement gap happens to be with young men of color, predominantly Latino and African American male students. We also know from data that who is in the classroom matters. That achievement gap can be shrunk from 20 to 50% by having a faculty member or a counselor that interacts with those students and a faculty member or counselor who is of color. So what does that mean? That means we need to look intentionally at hiring practices, high quality, highly diverse pools of candidates. So we've been working to understand how we can do a better job of recruitment, How can we start to create pipelines for people that are interested in community college teaching and may not know it yet? And how do we do a better job in the hiring committee itself? We're employing a lot of different strategies in hiring so that we can really move the needle, because what did we see? We saw that even though we had a highly diverse student body and community, our faculty members didn't mirror that same sort of diversity. And so we're working on having very diverse, highly qualified pools now. So these are some strategies, outcomes. Well, we know the outcomes when we're looking at specific communities and what's happening. Our TILA program outcomes are outstanding. Our Puente outcomes, outstanding. What we're not seeing yet are those long-term outcomes. When we just looked at our scorecard from 09-10, disappointing. What did we do in 09-10? We essentially cut out the spring schedule. We lost a lot of students. So to look at the long-term outcomes, we're going to need to look at the cohorts that started in 13, 14, 14, 15, when we really started scaling up efforts, and to see how that's working. Those are some major strategies that we've employed at Southwestern. For Santa Barbara City College, you really need to, again, look very carefully at who your students are, where they're coming at, and what you need to do to best help them. Not all strategies work in all colleges, but this concept of scaling up is something we all need to be aware of, and we need to look at where we can do that so that we can influence as many students as possible, particularly now that we have some funding to do that.
Thank you. How would you ensure that the college serves our local community needs, including residents ranging from high school students to seniors who are interested in personal enrichment classes?
I love this question because this is one of the reasons I am very, very attracted to Santa Barbara City College. You have a very robust dual enrollment program. You have a wonderful credit program, you have a focused non-credit program, and you have a Center for Lifelong Learning. You have the foundation to do something that I think is incredible, because at this moment in time, you have 5 generations of students studying together, and you have 5 generations of students working together. And you have the ability, with the structure you already have, to integrate all those programs and become, I would say, at least a world leader in how we can use education to really create those 21st century citizens and relationships. Industry has told us that they want self-directed, lifelong learners. Santa Barbara City College can show us how to do that. Self-directed, lifelong learners. And what are the areas that industry wants us to focus on? You need a base of technology, but it really isn't technology. Technology is going to change multiple times as we work through our careers. What doesn't change are what used to be called soft skills, what are now being called essential skills by some. And I'm going to put them into 3 quick categories: communication, critical analysis, and problem solving. And those skills are critical, whether you are a high school student, whether you are a young adult, whether you are a returning adult or someone quickly getting non-credit skills to be better in the workplace, or a senior in a lifelong learning class. And I would love to see those things deeply integrated through the entire curriculum, even fee-based curriculum. And my vision would be, how can we further integrate all of those different programs so that we are having real experiences with all 5 generations, learning how to communicate, critically think, and problem solve together. And if you can do that, I can promise you that the students that leave here and go into the workforce will be the most highly sought after employees that you will find anywhere. And your senior citizens can help you do that. And I think we even could become a center, given our reputation and the unique place that we have in Santa Barbara, for that type of training for industry. Industry is clamoring to get their employees into training, and what are the areas that are most of need? Leadership, teamwork, communication, ethics, and technology. The last one was technology. All those other 4, those are really those essential or soft skills. And so I am very excited because you are integrated into all the different areas, be it a 13-year-old to a 93-year-old. But I think there's a way that we can unify and integrate those programs and take them to a whole new level. So I just want to tell you that I'm very passionate about this. I'm very excited about it. I think you have the foundation, and I think we could build something that would be amazing.
Okay, thank you. Just 2 minutes left for the last question. What do you believe to be the biggest challenges facing community college students today, and how have you addressed these challenges at your current campus? And you did go into quite a bit of detail on that. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, the 2 biggest challenges, affordability and preparedness. And I did talk about preparedness. Let me talk a little bit about affordability. Even though the vast majority of students at Southwestern qualify for a Board of Governor fee waiver, not all of them take advantage of it. And so we have been working diligently to make sure that students understand financial aid. We have become the largest grantor of financial aid of all colleges in San Diego. And at the same time, we have reduced the default rate from over 21% to 15.6%, because we're working with our students with financial literacy to explain to them what they can do with their BOG fee waiver, their Cal grant, their Pell grant, student loans, etc. Affordability is one of the big obstacles. Our students have helped us vastly increase a textbook rental program to lower the cost of textbooks. Our faculty are helping us. They have approved a resolution for open educational resources, which means using high-quality online, zero-cost resources rather than more expensive resources, books, and other online resources from publishers. I think that addressing the textbook issue in affordability is going to be a key for us. And beyond that, there are other issues. There are issues of housing, there are issues of transportation, health services, food, and we're looking at different strategies that will work within our area to address those. But affordability is one of the biggest issues that we have. And just to close on affordability, we're working now with the Sweetwater Union High School District on getting deep into the high school experience. They've encouraged us to start at 9th grade and to really work with students and parents so they understand how college can be affordable. And just the last note on student preparedness, we're working again with Sweetwater Union High School District. Just as you work with your school districts, Southwestern has a huge high school district. Thousands of students come every year. They don't come prepared. It's no one's fault. It's a lack of collaboration. So we are working on that collaboration so that we can create a type of promise program. Promise isn't just free. Promise means you're ready for college when you get to college and you succeed. And so this is something that we're actively working on now. In fact, we're even working at the trustee level. We had our first joint meeting of the boards in over 10 years last fall, and it was so successful that we're having a follow-up tomorrow evening. And coming out of that work is a memorandum of understanding for collaboration that we hope we will have approved soon, that will serve as a formal foundation to move the work forward, including what we hope will be a South County Promise program.
Thank you. Now is our time to turn to questions from the audience. Kenley and Dan have microphones if anyone would like to line up. We have about 20 minutes for questions, and I see a first question there. Please keep your questions brief to 30 seconds so that we have time for many responses.
Good morning. My name is Jean Serber. I live across the street from SBCC. I've lived here for 30 years. All of my 3 children went to SBCC. I'm a big supporter of SBCC. Recognizing the falling enrollment and the mandate to accept any California student who applies, I see from the latest enrollment figures available to the public that only 62% of the students at SBCC are from the local area. While students at Allen Hancock Community College are at 98% local enrollment, and Ventura is 82% local enrollment. There is a growing controversy about a local developer creating high-density student housing on the edge of an environmentally sensitive butterfly habitat in a low-density neighborhood that we live in to accommodate these out-of-area students. My two-part question is, what would you specifically do to increase those local percentages at the college? And two, what do you think about building dorms for out-of-area students for what is supposed to be a community college?
Those are great questions, and you know I've been thinking about that because I mentioned it in my prior remarks. From looking at the information on the college website, it looks that over 40%, a little over 40% of your local high school students are coming to Santa Barbara City College. So the question is, where's the other 60% going? If the other 60% are going on immediately to four-year universities, you really don't necessarily have much of a margin, but we have to make sure that is everybody going on to higher education? Is there anyone that is not going anywhere that we certainly need to bring them into the community college? That's what we're here for. We're that safety net. So the first thing to do is to really analyze those high school students in the enrollment and to see what opportunity we have there to increase those students. It may be a limited opportunity if we're looking at dwindling class sizes in the high schools, but we need to really thoroughly analyze that. Demographics suggest that that pool may be diminishing over time. Let's also look at the current students we have. Can we improve enrollment, moving some of our part-time students that are already here to full-time students? There are some strategies to do that, and we need to talk to them about the financial aid benefits of going from part-time to full-time, and that could be an effective way, even in the immediate short term, to improve enrollment without having to do anything else. Of course, those may be short-term fixes and they may not be long-term solutions. So we do need to look, and we're going to have a conversation about our dependence on credit enrollments and where those students are going to come from. And if we are going to have students coming in that don't currently live in the area, and this is a highly desirable college, so you are going to have interest, where do we house them? That's a really, really difficult issue, and you've brought up some of the concerns. There are environmental concerns, there are density concerns, there are neighborhood quality concerns, and the only way that you can work through these is with the community. And you may not be able to do this quickly. It may take a lot of time, a lot of transparency, and really looking at where we could put student housing. We need to look at it, but we need to do it in a way that's going to fit the community and get community buy-in. If we can't at all, if that strategy is completely off the table because it will irreparably destroy relations with the community, then we're going to have to think out of the box on this enrollment issue, because that, quite frankly, looking at your out of region and your non-resident students has been used effectively by a lot of colleges who have dwindling local enrollment. But again, we need to be sensitive to the issue. Am I opposed to dorms, or do I support dorms? I've seen them effective and I've seen them non-effective. It's really being in tune with your community and the student needs and making sure that you can have a firm resolution, and always keeping in tune with your community as you roll it out. I'll tell you that I floated the idea at Southwestern College, and the neighborhood immediately adjacent is not in favor. And so there's a lot of work to be done to see if we could come to a solution where they would be in favor. So long answer, shortened answer is I would definitely be in favor if we could do it in a way where we had a clear majority of support from the community and we were sensitive to the issues of the community, so that the community felt that we had done this as a partnership and not as something that was us versus them.
We have another question over here.
Good morning. I'm not going to reach the 30-second limit, but I will try to get close on my question. My name is Kim Mond. I'm president of our Academic Senate, and so I'm bringing a question that reflects a lot of email among faculty colleagues as we, with hope and excitement, search and Google our potential candidates. So thank you for being here. And so the question relates to a recent controversy on your campus that's been reported in the Southwestern Sun about the racial unrest under your tenure. One article describes a complaint black faculty filed with the NAACP and the state assemblywoman alleging shocking racist acts at the college way before your time when you were there. Another details controversy over the composition of a diversity committee and comments reportedly made by one of your administrators and repeated by you at a leadership meeting about the committee's representation and whether it reflected the diversity of the campus. And then finally, your board has voted to hire an Oakland-based consultant firm to mediate the controversy that's come up. So that was an attempt to be a brief background. So
Is there a question?
It's getting there. You also wrote a really thoughtful letter to your paper responding to some of your responses to the situation. So I have two questions. The first one is, in your letter you pointed out that you brought a divisive rumor to the committee representation to the college leadership team, and I wanted to know what kind of team that was. Is that a public meeting team or is that a private team? And then the second one, there's obviously been a lot of hurt feelings around this new hire in January, a new administrator, and I'm wondering if there's anything you feel as superintendent president that might have been handled differently to minimize some of the conflict that's happening now.
So the Southwestern Sun is our student newspaper and award-winning newspaper. And it's true that when I came to Southwestern, one of the first things that happens is every group wants to talk to you. And the African American Alliance sat me down, as they had the last 3 or 4 presidents, and they said, we don't feel that we're respected here. We are not the majority. We feel we're treated as a minority. And the examples that they gave me were people don't attend our events the way they attend the Latino events. And we don't see the same type of hiring. We don't see, we want to be more than what the proportions of the demographics of the community are, and we want to see more African American hiring, and we want to see it at higher levels. And then I heard about the prior issue with the NAACP, and there were rumors, and there were complaints, and whenever there was a complaint, certainly a complaint of discrimination, it was immediately investigated. And you will see that we had the custodial unit that brought complaints, and we had quite an exhaustive investigation into those complaints in 2015. And whereas there really wasn't a legal case for discrimination, certainly there were some issues, and there had been some workplace issues that you would identify quickly with bias and perhaps with prejudice. There was some action that was taken in terms of disciplinary action, but more than that, this problem has been going on for decades. This is not something that has been created on my watch. It's something that I wanted to try to help resolve on my watch. When you start talking about issues of bias and prejudice, particularly when they involve race and ethnicity and other factors that make us unique as adults, these can be very touchy and delicate issues. And indeed, they are at Southwestern. My leadership team meets at least once a month. It is composed of all the cabinet members, and it's composed of all the constituency leaders. So not just the unions, Academic Senate president, our Associated Student president, our confidential representative, we all come to the table. We always meet on the day of the board meeting just to make sure, even though we've had an agenda prep meeting the week before, that if there are any issues, that we can talk about it. We try to operate with no surprises to anybody. And so we have an opportunity to discuss things that might be of importance. There's a secondary function, but just as important with the leadership team. That's developing trust amongst the constituencies. And if there's an issue, particularly an issue that's going to destroy trust, we bring that issue to the table. We've had some very frank conversations, and we talk about how can we mutually support one another. A senior VP brought to me an issue, that there was a rumor going around that this new diversity committee, the membership had already been chosen on the basis of constituency representation. And that was the issue. Now we have people saying, why? Why wasn't it determined on the basis of demographics? And it was becoming divisive. And the reason it was becoming divisive is that the undercurrent and the really nasty rumor started to now target Latinos versus African Americans. That, to me, was not where we wanted to go, particularly with all the work that had come out of 2015 and the action plans that we were developing, the mandatory training that was happening. And so we brought this to the leadership team. This, quite honestly, was the first time that we had tried to talk about race across race. And just as you know, many times when you try to do something the first time, it isn't elegant and it doesn't work exactly the way you wanted. Think about the first time you tried to ride a bicycle. You might have fallen off. So, but this is a group where we've developed bonds of trust. And even though it was a difficult conversation and there were some people that frankly didn't want to have that conversation and said so, we needed to talk about the committee. We needed to talk about the support that we had for the committee. We needed to talk about the membership of the committee. It was constituted as a shared governance committee. We set the membership up as shared governance. We committed to that membership structure and said it would be the committee itself, not us, that if they wanted to change their membership, they would be empowered to do it, they could work through it, and then bring that to the Shared Governance Council. And so that was the decision taken out of that group. There were people that were disappointed in the new director that we had hired because we tend to, as human beings, want to attribute blame when there's a situation. We want to find someone that we can say, well, that's your fault. That's a knee-jerk reaction, and we're human beings, we do that. But the better reaction is when you stop and you reflect and you say, how did we get to this place? What do we do together to move forward from this place? And you don't place blame. You really work to understand where everyone in the room is coming from. And that takes time and consideration. The governing board heard about this. It was brought to their meetings. We discussed it. They had a special session, and in that session, they wanted to show leadership, and we talked together about what we could do, and in a very inclusive process, every constituency leader was able to submit on a list names of people and organizations to assist us with how do we get to the next level. So in a very inclusive process involving our governing board president, we selected a firm, and we were able on March 8th, next meeting, to approve a contract for In Partnership. They're out of Oakland. And the next week, their principal, Mr. Michael Bell, met with me and the leadership team to discuss where we were at and what we could do, not to investigate, but to assess where we were at and then help us with some ideas of where we could go systemically, structurally, and not just conversations, but how to really change our behaviors. That's a cultural change. And that takes time, and sometimes it's messy, but you don't give up. And if at first you don't succeed, it wasn't a failure, it's a learning experience. We are institutions of higher education. What better place to address difficult topics and learn how to create behaviors that model what we want to be doing? So that's what we're doing. With respect to the director, we had a difficult time hiring for that position. We made an offer to an internal candidate that ultimately was rejected, and so we went into the finalist pool, we made an offer, and it was accepted, and I think we have a very talented director. But I give you that little bit of history to show you that when you have hiring processes that have different layers to get to the end, that also can create not exactly the smoothest startup. But at the same time, we have a very talented person, and what do we need to do with that person? Give them the time and the opportunity to get to know us. Give them the opportunity to show us how they can work with us to build these bridges between ethnicities, racial groups, gender groups, groups of ability and disability, and how we really broaden the notion of what we mean by diversity, so that diversity just isn't race. Inclusivity and equity are a broad-based and truly values that influence the way we take decisions. No one No superintendent, president, no director, no board member can make that change in a month or two. We're embarking on something that will be decades and decades of work. I've spent a lot of time investigating this. I've looked at Foothill De Anza as a great model. They've been working at it for 20 years. And we'll be working at it for 20 years or more too. But I really think that as superintendent president, what I need to do is always make sure that I am supportive of my staff. If they make a mistake, I'm there to talk to them about the mistake and to help them figure out how to move forward and correct the mistake. If I can personally help them do that, I will do that. But I need to be a support, a coach, a mentor, and that's really what I hope to do, and model the best behavior. And I think that in those ways I can help that director succeed, and ultimately I do think that director has the ability to succeed. Thank you. That's a very thoughtful question, and I think that it's a big issue that we all face, not just here, but across the country.
We have 4 minutes for question and answer, the last one.
Thank you very much for taking time away from your campus to be with us today. It's great to meet you here. This is a question from online. We have several online faculty who live in other parts of the country in a fully online program that we have here. We have a very large distance ed program at Santa Barbara. What is the future of distance education at SBCC? Additionally, as a college that fosters opportunity for all, how can we engage our online community better and meet their needs as members of our college environment?
Well, first, I just have to tell you that I don't know if I was a true pioneer, but I was an early adopter. I was a tenured faculty member of economics at Salt Lake Community College, and before it was common, I was teaching online. And it was a real challenge with economics. And I think that what we've seen is that the future of online is that all education is going to have components of online. Whatever you want to call it and whatever the new term will be, the generation that is coming into college, I mean, they've been infant adopters of technology. And so you cannot have education anymore without technology, and that includes, obviously, online technology. We're doing things differently in the way we learn and the way we work with on-demand access to information that other generations never had. So it's a truly exciting time. What does it mean? It means that online is part of everything. It's integrated into what we do, and we're continually, pedagogically finding better ways to connect with our students online. So I think online is alive and well, and it's here to stay. I think it's going to go through multitudes of evolutions as technology continues to improve, and I think it's going to become a lot more live time as well. So I think that the bonds will be strengthened and won't be as much asynchronous. There'll be more and more really high quality opportunities for synchronous. And again, I think it's going to be embedded in every single thing that we do. So I think that the future is bright, and I think that technology is something that you've already embraced it. We're going to continue to see it modify everything that we do. So thank you for the question, and thank you for everyone who is synchronously or perhaps asynchronously later today observing this conversation, because that's another little example of technology.
And we did have one question. I didn't want to miss it. President Gaskin.
Melinda, welcome to Santa Barbara City College. It's a delight to have you here. And I have a question for you. What are the leadership values that your colleagues at Southwestern would say you practice and demonstrate every day in your role?
That's a great question from my great friend Lori Gaskin. And I've been in leadership roles all my life, and when you're the oldest of 6 kids, that's probably typical. But I would tell you that my colleagues at Southwestern would tell you that I am very inclusive, that I am very transparent, and that I am result-oriented. I do believe that leadership is something that needs to involve others. I love the concept of distributed leadership that you have here at Santa Barbara. I really like that notion and concept as a twist on what often is the shared governance model. And so I think that that distribution of leadership is something that I understand and that I model, because I seek everyone from every walk to participate in decision making, which is one of the reasons why I have open door policy and coffee chats every month, because if I'm going to model the behavior of inclusivity, I have to intentionally create opportunities for people to be able to be included, not just committees. I also said transparency. I'm not one to shy away from difficulty, and I'm not one to make up a story about what's going on. I believe that you really do need to be honest and transparent and respectful in all of your communication, because if you're not going to build trust. And if you don't build trust, you're not going to have meaningful, sustainable change in an organization that is people dependent. The gentleman that came from In Partnership shared a comment with my leadership group. He said, change happens at the speed of trust. And that stuck with me, obviously, because you need to develop that trust. And I think the inclusivity and I think the transparency that I model as part of my leadership style help us get there. Finally, the third quality is results-oriented. I love talking, I love visioning, I love imagining things, but I also like to see something happen. And so I think one of my strengths is that when we end a meeting, we have a summary. We talk about quickly, what did we decide? What are we going to do? And then we use that to create strategies and action plans, and then we hold ourselves accountable. Every 6 to 12 months, you've got to stop and say, did we get there? Did we do it? Did we do it well? Why didn't we do it? And when you have large organizations with people and big committee structures, sometimes the words get in the way of action. And so part of my leadership is to demonstrate how you can move into action and actually achieve the things you've been talking about. I think that those are probably pretty simple concepts to articulate, but they require constant attention in what you do every day. And I've been really pleased that throughout the over 14 years that I've enjoyed the California Community College system, I've been able to work on those qualities, refine them, and I think really make them strengths that I bring as a community college leader.
Okay, Dr. Nish, you have just 3 minutes remaining for a closing statement.
More than enough. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be with you this morning, a pleasure to be your first forum presenter, so I hope I broke the ice well. This college is a unique and special college located in just an absolutely beautiful place, a beautiful learning environment with a fabulous community. It is really, truly a gem and an opportunity for any educational leader to be able to come and join you and your team and help you go to the next level. Clearly you can see that I am enthusiastic and I am very impassioned by education and what it can do. I know that if you're in this room, you believe in education and it's helped change your life. And I believe that's why we're all here. We know how education changes the lives of our students and our community, and that's what we want. We want to see this continual learning, continual growth, and a true celebration of what joins us as human beings. A place where you can express different opinions and have them be respected, and that diversity actually helps you perhaps create new opinions and new knowledge. I would love to join you and help you take that excellence to the next step. I would love to join you and help you work through some of the issues that you have, whether they be enrollment issues, community issues, fundraising issues. I'm a doer, and I love getting in and helping organizations move to the next level. I am so appreciative that you have given me the honor of being a finalist and that I've had your time and attention this morning. And to all of those that are not in the room but who are watching us outside of the room, thank you also for your participation. Again, it has been a deep honor. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. From you. Okay, well done. We have a short break before the next forum. Our second forum of the day. This is our opportunity to introduce the finalists for the superintendent presidency. I would want to remind you all to silence your phones if you're here. I know a lot of people are listening remotely. The forum is structured in two parts. The first part will be structured questions, and the second part will be the opportunity to ask questions from the audience. Everyone here should have notes on all of the candidates and also instructions on how to provide feedback to the Board of Trustees, should you choose to do so. The opportunity exists until 8 o'clock tonight. So I would like to begin by welcoming and introducing Dr. Jill Stearns, President of Modesto Junior College. Would you like to come up? You have a microphone. You can take it off if you prefer. So Dr. Stearns, to begin, please tell us about yourself, what attracts you to the position of Superintendent President at Santa Barbara City College. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jill, and I really appreciate this opportunity to share a little bit with you this morning and to hear what questions you might have. I have been the president at Modesto Junior College for 4 years, and it has been a wonderful ride, a wonderful opportunity. I know that I belong in the community college. Our mission is one that inspires me every day. And as we look forward to graduation, ours is on Friday of this week. I love that annual reminder of the impact of our work and having the chance to talk to students as they cross the stage and hear where they're going next. And I just can't think of anything more rewarding. I had a roundabout entry into the world of community colleges. I was teaching at the high school level while my husband and I were building a gas station. And I know, strange combination, but I was raised by parents who are educators. Both of them taught and then finished their careers as counselors, one in the elementary school, my mom at the high school level. And my grandparents were always in retail. And so that was what I grew up really knowing. And I was working, managing our family's business and raising our sons when a high school principal came to me and asked me if I would come teach math for a year. They were desperate. I had done some subbing, but I was convinced that I was never going to teach, right? When your parents teach, you decide, I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna be somewhere else. But because I had so much background in math, having 3.5 years of electrical engineering undergrad work under my belt before I changed majors and got a bachelor's degree in business administration, I had what I needed to go into the math classroom, or so they thought. And that was a pivotal point in my life. From the moment I started, I realized I had been running from what I was really called to do. And I spent the next 4 years teaching a variety of things, including all levels of math and science. And we built the gas station, got that up off the ground, and immediately had very, very serious construction issues. And in order for that to be viable, I had to continue to work outside of the gas station, which had been the plan. And West Hills Community College District was looking for someone to kind of be the jack of all trades in distance education. And my husband was encouraging me to apply for this position. And I thought, what am I gonna do in distance ed? Not realizing the fact that I had been building websites for my math and science students to do skill building was a really good fit for the early days of distance education. That's where I started, in the community college. I was a classified staff member, and I was responsible for training faculty in online pedagogy and course design, and I was also the systems administrator for the Blackboard system. And that's when I really began to learn about community colleges and the important role that they play in the lives of students. And I started collecting the wonderful stories of students who, if it weren't for an online opportunity, wouldn't have a higher education opportunity available to them. And in particular, I remember a mother of preterm twins and the dialogue that we started to have. And then I became fascinated with the sociology around online learning and how groups form there. But I never lost sight of this is where I belonged. And it eventually brought me to the presidency in Modesto, which has been transformational in terms of being able to be part of a leadership team that was able to transition a college from crisis to one who is really striving for excellence.
Thank you. Well, given what you know about Santa Barbara City College, what are the most pressing issues that you would need to address as superintendent president?
I think immediately we have to keep our eye on accreditation. And even though the most recent comprehensive visit only resulted in 3 recommendations, it's important that the work begin to address them so that the cycle of evaluation can be completed before the follow-up report is submitted to ACCJC. So that has to remain on the forefront. Second is really around a framework of stability. And that's ensuring that there is both the facilities to support teaching and learning and also a budget that supports being a comprehensive college that meets the needs of the community. And there are so many things involved in both of those elements. It's everything from enrollment management to making sure that the enterprise operations are operating efficiently and meeting needs of students. It's exploring things like contract education for credit, which is a wonderful way to serve private schools in the area. Making sure that the lifelong learning opportunities are really filling the need for what the community desires. And making sure that I would serve as an advocate that continues to carry the message to our state legislators that funding cannot solely be based on a growth model, that sustainability needs to be part of the conversation as they determine which direction to move the system budget. In the area of facilities, one of the things that I think that I offer uniquely to Santa Barbara is my experience with bonds. While I was at the West Hills District, we successfully passed 3 general obligation bonds in 1 year using the SFID process. I had the wonderful opportunity to lead some planning conversations and development of the plans for how those bond monies were spent, both at the West Hills College Coalinga campus and for the future design of a new center in Firebaugh. One of the major projects of that bond was completed by the time I left for Modesto, and it was a complete renovation of the gym and the locker room areas, but it also included a wellness facility that included a training room that looks like a high-tech ER and a fitness lab. And the fitness lab is fantastic in that it really serves 3 purposes. Not only is it where the athletes go for their conditioning and strength training, our students also are able to take classes for credit in that facility, and it also operates as a community education resource. And so I brought that experience and my own experience having built a gas station to Modesto. And there I came in on the tail end of $222 million that had been allocated to MJC as part of their bond. And we have completed 2 brand new buildings since I have been there, the crown jewel of which is a 110,000 square foot science community center that includes a planetarium and an observatory and a museum. And we've just recently renovated what used to be the science building is now the Center for Advanced Technologies. and it holds a variety of programs, including computer science, computer graphics, anthropology, administration of justice, and geography. And we are exploring the idea of how those programs fit together around the area of forensics, and that might be an emerging program on our campus.
Okay, thank you. Please describe your experience working with collective bargaining units and implementing collective bargaining agreements.
So when I worked in the world of distance education as a classified employee, I served as a resource in the faculty negotiations as they started to, not surprisingly, sometimes we get the cart ahead of the horse. And all of a sudden we had a very growing and burgeoning distance education program that was generating roughly 25% of the FTES for the college, and yet we did not have anything in the contract agreement with faculty that was specific to distance education. And so that was my first opportunity to really be engaged in the negotiation development process. In the world of community education, community colleges in California, I have had lots of opportunity to implement these negotiated agreements. And what I like best about them is it really is our opportunity to have shared expectations. And shared expectations really are critical when you're striving for excellence. It's important that everyone have the same understanding of what is expected and what, from what the working conditions are to every aspect that has been determined important through that process. What I also enjoy is the opportunity when we identify places that maybe aren't a good fit and maybe language is outdated and doesn't align with our current practice or our current technology, the opportunity to discuss and reframe that so that it does reflect not only what the current practice is today, but how we could better be served in the future.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Stearns, SBCC has a strong culture of communication and collaboration across all governance groups. Can you give us an example of a time when you relied on collaboration to solve a problem your college faced?
So the commitment to communication and collaboration here is one of the pieces that really draws me in. When I arrived at Modesto Junior College, there was really a clock ticking around accreditation. They had been placed on probation. I arrived in July. They had a follow-up report due in October. And the stress was certainly heightened because it was the second comprehensive visit in a row that had resulted in the sanction of probation. The issues were large. The recommendations were around big ticket items of student learning outcomes and around governance at the college. And in the area of governance, there simply was not a structure in place that supported having all of the voices represented at the table. And part of this, I really believe, was the lack of leadership. Prior to me coming in, they had had 11 presidents in 10 years. There wasn't trust. There wasn't free flow of dialogue. And the faculty were not engaged around the table. And it had really led to a place where decision-making was not clear, and it didn't reflect the decision-making handbook. So one of the most critical pieces that we had to do immediately was to build a structure that really reflected the quality statements that are the standards and sought to rebuild a foundation where collaboration and engagement could take place. It was not easy. At the same time as we're having to do that heavy lifting and have all of those conversations and start to build some trust relationships and start to rethink what can this look like, it's the middle of summer. There's not a lot of folks around. And we had the clock ticking around learning outcomes. When you don't have consistency of leadership, it's pretty easy to become very inwardly focused and not pay enough attention to what's happening externally that's an influence on the college. And MJC was really suffering from that. And so in some regards, the real value and the real expectation around learning outcomes had not been realized at all. It really took 18 months. When we had the first follow-up visit, we had built a structure. We had a plan for learning outcomes. But it took the whole next year to really start to have the evidence of what was happening and to have the evidence of the change that was occurring. And since that time, we have used that structure and improved that structure and continue to have dialogue around how do we make this better? How do we have more people be engaged? How do we make sure that people are coming to the table and they're participating in the governance process?
Thank you. Next question. Will you please share your experience and your results in improving student success, equity, and diversity on a campus where these are identified as priorities?
So I've talked quite a bit about the negatives of coming in when someone is in crisis, but there was some good in that as well. And part of that was around some early recognition that we had some areas where we could improve in terms of student success and diversity and equity on campus. And so even before the student equity plans and the student success plans became part of our practice, MJC had identified we had some issues that we needed to start to address. And we started taking a serious look at our college data to become informed about what those challenges really were. We knew that we had some problems with students completing the sequence of math. And that was one of the identified very regularly in the community issues that we were facing. We knew we had issues with students being able to get a schedule that would allow them to complete within 2 years. We started taking a look at those things and working collaboratively to find solutions. And one of the things that we envisioned was the opportunity to rethink how we do everything. And we have a Title V grant called Removing Barriers that's really centered around that. And it's about physical barriers, it's about academic barriers, and it's about process barriers for our students. And it's really exciting to have that in place because it aligns so well with what we now have in our student success plan and our student equity plan, and being able to fit those pieces together towards sustainable change that makes an impact on students is huge. The biggest piece that we have added or changed is we have a new position on campus. It's technically called Student Success Specialists. We call them our success coaches. And these people serve such a critical role of taking the non-student and seeing them through their first year at the institution. One of the things that we recognized is we were perfectly designed to report to the state system. All of our processes were around enrollment services, and then we had processes around transfer, and we had processes for students about application. But we didn't have anyone on campus whose sole purpose was to help a student navigate those systems and navigate those processes. And what we learned is we had lots of students who were just disappearing because when you arrived to campus, there was nothing there to tell you, to help you know where to begin or how to get started. And so this is our first year of using this intrusive advising model, and we are seeing great results. Students are connected, they know who those individuals are, and it's spreading like wildfire.
Thank you. How would you ensure that the college serves our local community needs, including residents ranging from high school students to seniors who are interested in personal enrichment classes?
I was really excited when I saw your high school enrollment numbers. You were doing a fantastic job of reaching the dual enrollment opportunity. That is great. But I think my approach would absolutely be to listen, to engage, to explore, and then to respond. And having that dialogue, this will be a big surprise, but regularly get communication from community members. Sometimes it's email, sometimes it's physical letters, and sometimes people will just stop by. And usually it's because they have a complaint. But those are opportunities to hear directly from someone who has enough interest in us to take the time to reach out. And I never let those opportunities go. I always respond. And I like to have the opportunity to build a dialogue with them. And sometimes we've made some changes based upon that kind of informal input. Sometimes I've been able to tell the story and share the data and let them see how what they have perceived is happening here isn't an actual reflection of what's going on. But those are critical opportunities. Along with that, I love any opportunity to speak to a service club, Chamber of Commerce, any of the groups that are organized in the community and share what's happening on the campus, but also hear from them about where we can improve and what it is that might be missing. And when we start to fill those gaps, it helps to build our sustainable budget.
So what do you believe to be the biggest challenges facing community college students today, and how have you addressed these challenges at your campus?
The biggest challenge really is life. When we talk to students who are leaving, when we talk to students who are struggling, it becomes really apparent that as many technology changes and as many proactive approaches as we have put into place, we still remain institutions that were designed in the tradition of higher ed. But the students we serve don't necessarily fit very well in that mold. And so it's really relational. When we move all of our application, registration, enrollment processes online, we lose an opportunity to engage with the student and start to build the connection with the individual, with the campus. And at MJC, one of the ways that we've started to address that is with these success coaches, so that they have someone who's reaching out to them so they know where to go when all of a sudden they have that life crisis moment, whether it's sick children, death of a parent, loss of a job, all of those things that cause a student to stop out. And when you look at students and you have the conversation with them about their biggest challenges, it really is life. It's not the textbook. It's not how difficult the class is or the fact that it required a research paper. It's their life, and it's the fact that so many of them have to work. And so when we can focus on understanding who the student is and how to connect with them in a way that lets them know that they're supported and that we all take ownership of directing them to resources that can help, then that starts to make a significant difference.
Thank you. Now we have some time for questions from the audience. Kenley and Dan have the microphones. Please limit the questions to 30 seconds from the questioner.
Good morning. My name is Jean Serber. I live across the street. I've lived here for 30 years, and all three of my children have attended SBCC. So I am a big supporter of the college. Recognizing the falling enrollment and mandate to accept any California student who applies, I see from the latest enrollment figures available to the public that only 62% of the students at SBCC are from the Santa Barbara-Goleta area, while 90% of the students at Allen Hancock Community College and 82% of Ventura Community Colleges are local. In addition, there is a growing controversy about a local developer creating a high-density student housing on the edge of an environmentally sensitive butterfly habitat in this low-density neighborhood to accommodate these out-of-area students. My two-part question is, dual enrollment aside, what would you specifically do to increase the enrollment percentage of local students within our local area? And second, what do you think of building dorms for out-of-area students for what is meant to be a community college?
So one of the things that stood out to me was that roughly 65% of the students are attending less than full-time. One of the ways that you increase your apportionment is by increasing the number of units that individual students are enrolled in. Now, that's not a solution for everyone. Again, we understand our students are parents, they have jobs, sometimes they have multiple jobs, and we need to be sensitive to that. But one of the things that has been effective, the University of Hawaii and their community colleges have had great success with, is a 15 to finish campaign. There tends to be a lack of understanding because for financial aid, 12 units is considered full-time enrollment, but 12 units a semester does not get you complete in 2 years. And so just building the understanding about what is required in a degree, and if you intend to be done in 2 years, what that looks like. Certainly 6 units a term doesn't get you there. So the opportunity to encourage students to take a higher course load is one way that you might address that. Online learning is certainly another opportunity. And that is a space that is changing right now as we're looking at the online initiative and the change, and the California community colleges having the opportunity to move toward a common course management system, and looking in the future towards centralized opportunity for students to be able to enroll in those courses. Santa Barbara really has an opportunity to get out ahead and look at what are the unique programs that this institution has that perhaps could be offered online, and bring in, through the virtual world, students whose local community college doesn't have the opportunity to study that particular content. So that is one other way to approach that. Having come from a residential campus at West Hills College, Coalinga, there are things that I absolutely love about a residential campus. There is a feel that is incredibly collegiate. It provides an experience for students that is life-changing, but it is a relief to be the president at a college that does not have residence halls. So I don't know what the answer is for Santa Barbara City College, but I think that that is absolutely a conversation that needs to occur both on the campus and with the community. Because this may be a place where it absolutely makes sense, but it may not. And that is conversation that needs to be very broad-based and inclusive.
Are there other questions? President Gaskin.
Good morning, Jill.
Good morning.
Welcome to Santa Barbara City College. We're delighted to have you here. Jill, what are your leadership values that your colleagues at Modesto would say you practice and demonstrate every day in your CEO role?
I am a team player, team leader, and it's all about the we. And I am very open, and that has been one of the things that MJC has had some struggle with understanding, that when I invite you to the conversation, I really want to hear what you have to say. There was a strong perception based upon their prior experience that even when there was an open forum, or even when there was a college conversation around a tough topic, the expectation was that the president had already made up their mind. And so, but they will tell you that I am willing to listen, and I am willing to take input. And I am absolutely data informed, and I like to hear the other side. I purposefully have a team around me that thinks differently than I do, and I value the fact that they come to conclusions much differently than I do. I think that that's a critical piece of my leadership as well.
Thank you. Any more questions? I don't see any, so it's your opportunity to make your closing statement.
I would just like to thank you all for your time today and for the warm welcome that I received not only today, but when I was on campus for the first round interviews. I think that I have skills that would be a good fit for where you are headed. I am so excited about your just resounding commitment to student success. And one of the first documents that I reviewed when I was considering this position was your student equity plan. And in the opening, before you start getting into the details, you make statements around what you have learned about your institution, your desire for improvement, and then you say you're going to show that improvement through the efficacious assessment reporting. And the purposeful intent of that statement, that you are willing to do the hard work and then look at and share the results to make sure it's happened, was powerful. So I really appreciate the opportunity. You are doing great work. You are changing lives, and I would love to be part of the team.
Thank you so much. That concludes the forums for this morning. We'll start up again this afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're ready to get started here. First, I'll introduce myself, Marilyn Spaventa, Interim Executive Vice President, Educational Programs. And this is our third forum of four for today. The purpose of our forum is to introduce our finalists for the Superintendent President position. The format of the forum, it's divided into two parts. The first part with structured questions. The second part is the opportunity for everyone here in the audience to ask questions if they wish to do so. Everyone in the audience should have the bios of our candidate and also a list of questions for your reference, as well as information about how to provide input to the Board of Trustees through various email addresses. If you are watching remotely, this information is available on the website. If you choose, and we hope you do choose, to provide input on any one of the candidates or in general to the Board of Trustees, please note that you have until 8 p.m. this evening to do so. So, I'm your timekeeper today as well, so I'm watching that and want to make sure that we have adequate time for our next presenter, Dr. Anthony Beebe. He is the president of San Diego City College, and I'll invite you up here now, Dr. Beebe. You can take the mic off if you prefer.
Okay.
And we have a small group here, but a large group watching remotely. So to begin the forum today, Dr. Beebe, please tell us about yourself and what attracts you to this position as Superintendent President at Santa Barbara City College.
Oh gosh, thank you so much. It might be a small group, but it's a mighty group. I can tell you that much right now just by the few people I've had a chance to speak with. Thank you so much for the introduction, and I'm so pleased to be able to be here, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak with you about a little bit about kind of some thoughts that I have in my background. I should tell you that the community college world is a small universe, and I know all of the finalists that are applying for this job, and I can tell you they're all good people. They're all good people. But I do want to tell you a little bit about my background in terms of giving you a kind of a context for where I'm coming from and where I've been. I grew up on a small cattle and horse ranch in Southern Oregon, and being there was a great opportunity for me because I learned the value of hard work. My father was a very hard worker, so my brother and I learned about taking care of the animals and fencing and shoveling manure and all the other things that you do when you're on a cattle ranch and a horse ranch like that. And so that was good. My parents, although they were very smart people, they were wise people, they were not college graduates. So I was really kind of the first one to take the venture and the trip down to a community college and get involved with that. And so that, they understood the value of education, but they just, it really wasn't a priority for them because of being on the ranch and doing the things that they were doing, and that all worked out fine. So I went to the local high school there, and my focus was, at the time, like many kids in their teens, my focus was on basketball and kind of, I guess I'd say, chasing my girlfriend. And I'll tell you, I've been chasing that girlfriend for 35 years, and she's right here in the audience. Her name's Carolyn Beebe. We've been married for 35 years, and so she's been through a long journey with me, and I want to thank you, Carolyn, for all that you've done for me. I love you for that. When I was in high school, as Carolyn will remember, there was an internship program that came up. And it was in the local fire department. And it was for, I'll never forget the title, it was for a houseboy. And the houseboy's duties were to clean the equipment, polish the floors, clean the day room for the firemen, all of those kind of things, right? So that was my job as the intern there. And so I took that job for minimum wage, and I really didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't realize that this was going to be a life-changing experience for me, because I worked in that job for 4 years, the 4 years I was in high school, and learned all about being a fireman just because of being around the firemen. And I really appreciated the dedication that they all had being firefighters and giving service to the public like they do. And so when I graduated from high school, there was no doubt that I was going to be a fireman, and it really only took me a week or so out of high school to land a full-time paid firefighter's job, and I did that for 9 years. Fast forward 9 years out of high school, and the last year that I was there in the fire service, I was the fire department training officer. So here's my transition into education. As a training officer, I was, of course, working with the recruits and the newbies that were coming into the fire department, teaching them all about fireground operations and tactics and strategies and all the kinds of things that firefighters have to know about. And I realized that I really like this teaching thing. This is fun. This is something that is really exciting. It helps people, and I got a great deal of satisfaction out of it. But I also realized that the only way that I was going to be able to be a teacher outside of the fire service was to go back to school. And so I enrolled it in community college, at Lane Community College in Eugene, Oregon, and went through the associate degree, transferred to the University of Oregon, went on to Cal State Sacramento and got my finance degree, my MBA, and focused on finance. And then came back to Oregon, to Portland. Carolyn and I moved to Portland. And I started teaching as an adjunct. Okay, I graduated in 1988 with my MBA and started teaching as an adjunct. And I taught anything and everything that anybody else didn't want to teach. I mean, I was teaching night classes. I was teaching, weekends. I was just any kind of a teaching job I could get in the Portland metropolitan area. I was the first one to raise my hand and say, put me in. I'm willing to do this, and I want to do this, and I'm excited to be able to do it. And so from 1988 to about 1992, I taught as an adjunct faculty member. So is there any adjunct faculty members in the audience? Could you raise your hand? I appreciate all of what you guys do. It is an incredibly tough job, and we really need to applaud the work that you all do as adjunct faculty members for us. So thank you for your service on that. So I did that, finally landed a job at Portland Community College as a business faculty member, and I taught accounting, finance, marketing, management, some economics, and business law, and a little bit of business math. I absolutely loved it. I was in heaven. I said, this is it. I have found what I need to do. I've found my calling. And so I continued to teach there, and what happened was there was a doctorate program at Oregon State University that had just started. I think they were looking for their second cohort. And so I decided that I was going to sign up for that doctoral program at Oregon State, and I did. Continued to teach at PCC. And I ran into one of my first professors by the name of Dale Parnell, Dr. Dale Parnell. Anybody ever heard of him? Several people have heard of him. He really is a legend in the community college world, having started several community colleges, written extensively about community colleges, particularly the neglected majority, and other things related to community colleges. But he was also the president of the American Association of Community Colleges for 10 years in Washington, D.C., and arguably one of the top presidents of AACC that we maybe have ever had. So I grabbed on to this guy, and And he kind of took me under his wing. And Dale and I still talk frequently about things in the community colleges. And he took me under his wing and he gave me some advice. And he said, he called me Tony at the time. He said, Tony, I want you to do one thing for me. I want you to work in as many areas of a community college or supervise as many areas of a community college as you possibly can. That was his advice. And I took that advice to heart. And for the next 20 years, I worked in many different areas of a community college. I was a program chair, I was a dean, an associate vice president for instruction for the workforce area. I was the EVP, the vice president for instruction and student services at Yakima Valley Community College. Moved to San Diego, where I've been a campus president for the last 10 years. First part of it as the president of their continuing education adult ed program, and then most recently as the president of San Diego City College. And so all of that education then really gives me the foundation for why I'm here today. I don't know how I'm doing on time, but I'm just kind of going on.
And we're glad you're here today.
All right, well, thank you.
So I have 6 questions to bring forward. So the first one, given what you know about Santa Barbara City College, what are the most pressing issues you would need to address as superintendent president?
Well, I'm glad you defined, where you kind of mentioned pressing, because there are different things that I would want to explore and look at, whether that's facilities and where we are with that, or student housing, or whatever it might be. But in terms of pressing issues, there are 3 things that I would want to get into, and the first one would be enrollment management. One of the things that colleges across the country, really not just in California, but across the country, are dealing with is this idea that because the economy now has turned around, there's fewer and fewer people that are needing to go to college, and so our enrollments across the country are kind of declining. And this is an ebb and flow. We know it'll come back, but right now we're in a period where the economy has turned around. It's very strong. It's looking good. So people are at work. They're not having to come to college. The other side of this is that, or the other element of this, has to do with the high school demographics. And in San Diego and here in Santa Barbara, we've got a high school demographic where we have fewer and fewer graduates that are going to be coming out of the feeder high schools over the next several years. And so again, that's an ebb and flow thing, and that could change, and that will change as we go along through time. But we need to be able to look at alternative student populations and alternative methods and strategies to be able to deal with the enrollment management piece. So stability is not something that is easy to climb your way out of, and it looks like that my understanding is that we may be headed for stability, which is not anything that's an end all in itself, obviously. I mean, that's something that we just have to work through, but it has to be a concerted, focused effort. And so that would be one of the areas that I would want to focus on. Second thing has to do with just something that I do as a finance person. I would really go through and look at the finances of the college. Look at the budgeting processes, the planning processes. How do we project revenues? How do we project expenditures? Do those two lines cross? Are they parallel? How is that all working? And then get into some scenario planning about 3 to 5 years out. What do things look like? And then be able to look at that. So enrollment management, financial management, and then the last one would be kind of reconnecting with the community, being able to work with the community, have the community come to the college and understand the issues that we're up against here at Santa Barbara City College. Connecting with the community is really a critical piece. And it's one of the things that I think I've done really well in San Diego with. So those are the 3 areas I'd focus on.
Thank you, Dr. Beebe. The next question is shifting a little bit. Please describe your experience working with collective bargaining units and implementing collective bargaining agreements.
Well, I think if I look back on my work history, with the exception of when I was working on the farm, because my brother and I, although we might have wanted to unionize, I don't think it would have worked. But all of the jobs that I've had, whether it was with the International Association of Firefighters Union, AFL-CIO, or Teachers Union when I was teaching, or other jobs in Oregon, Washington, and here in California, I've always been interfacing with the unions and bargaining units of some kind. And there's been different approaches depending on who the chancellor or the president was of a particular college. I remember one particular college where the approach was really kind of old school Chicago style, let's pound it out, bang heads and get this thing figured out in terms of developing a collective bargaining agreement. All the way to the other end of the spectrum, which is what we have in San Diego, which is really an interest-based approach, sitting down and finding out what's really important to the sides that are involved, and coming to a collective agreement on what it is that we're wanting to do as an institution, as a team, to be able to move everybody forward. So those are really important. And I think about my first experience at Portland Community College. I was on the faculty side of the negotiation team. I was on that negotiation team for the faculty, which was a great first experience for me. When I moved to Riverside, worked with Tom Allen and CTA, and was involved with the online distance ed classes. This is in the mid-90s, so I mean, this was all really, really new to us. We didn't really know what we were getting into with all of it. So there was a lot of trust that had to happen just in terms of what it was we were trying to negotiate, because it wasn't clear then, right, back in the mid-90s. When I went to Yakima Valley Community College as the Vice President for Instruction and Student Services, I sat down with Dr. Bernal Baca, who now is, by the way, the AFT state representative lobbyist for Washington State. And Bernal and I decided, who I don't know if we knew what we were getting into, but we decided that we were going to rewrite the entire contract. The contract itself had pieces in it that went back to like the 70s or something. I mean, it was just really outdated. You've seen contracts like that that are so outdated that it's not even connected to what it is that we're doing at the college any longer or anything else. And so Bernal and I took a year, and I know that he would love to talk to anybody that wants to talk about this process, but Bernal and I took a year, and we met like every week, and we just took chunks of the contract and worked our way through it. Did we agree on everything? No, we didn't. But we managed to come together enough to be able to get that contract done. And if you've ever had the opportunity to do something like that, that can be a horrendous, horrendous experience. But he and I were committed to it, and we managed to get through it. So now in terms of implementation, I'm at San Diego, and up until about 5 years ago, we had 9 separate bargaining units and 3 meet and confer groups. So 12 groups altogether that we had to work with there. And then about 5 years ago, the San Diego Adult Educators Group and some other groups were subsumed under AFT, and so we narrowed them down. So now I think we have 7 bargaining units and still the 3 meet and confer. So we've narrowed those a little bit, but it still takes a concerted effort and a lot of thought in terms of making sure that when we implement these contracts, we're thinking about fairness, we're thinking about reasonableness, we're thinking about empowerment, we're thinking about things like that that are important for all of the institution to be able to have a positive kind of spirit and experience moving forward with the college. So there you go.
Thank you. Santa Barbara City College has a strong culture of communication and collaboration across all governance groups. Can you give us an example of a time when you relied on collaboration to solve a problem one of your colleges?
Well, I think one of the greatest examples I had in this realm had to do with when I started as president of San Diego Continuing Education. San Diego Continuing Education, if y'all don't know it, is a huge operation. It's actually one of the largest non-credit programs in the United States, and at the time, I think we were serving about 60,000 students in 6 different campuses with 250 community and neighborhood sites. And the institution itself was in a period of transition. It had had a series of things that had gone on in its recent history before I arrived on the scene. And so there was no real strategic planning going on. And so what I decided, I had just gone through something called appreciative inquiry training. And so I decided that we were going to do an appreciative inquiry for the entire institution. And this was an all-hands-on-deck kind of an opportunity, and it was a chance for appreciative inquiry. If you haven't had an opportunity to look into this at all, it's really kind of a neat process because it does give you, you and whoever else that might be participating in this process, a chance or an opportunity to have a voice in what it is that we're ultimately trying to do. And so I decided, after speaking with several folks at Continuing Ed, that we would do this institutional appreciative inquiry process to come up with our positive core of the institution. That positive core being that thing or those things that are important to the institution that we want to be able to do more of. Okay, so this wasn't a time to solve problems so much, but this was a time to be able to look at the things that we're doing really, really well in the institution and take those things that we're doing really well and do more of it, okay? So I went through this process at each one of the college campuses, each one of the campuses, the 6 campuses, and I went to 2 of the community and neighborhood sites and talked about the process of the appreciative inquiry process. We probably ended up with like, I'd say 200 or 300 different input elements, which we then clustered through a thematic process and came up with 5 what we called cornerstones to our future is what we called them. And those cornerstones became the strategic priorities for the institution at a very high level. And we felt good about it because it came from this massive process that took us, it was about 6 months, I think, to get through all of this, but it came from this grassroots, very foundational process of appreciative inquiry, and through that, we were able to come up with these cornerstones that we felt confident that everybody could somehow plug into and be connected to. So that's probably the grandest experience I can ever talk about in terms of inclusivity and being able to have a process like that where everybody has a chance to have a voice.
Wonderful. Now would you please share your experience and your results in improving student success, equity, and diversity on a campus where these have been identified as priorities?
Well, I want to talk a little bit about equity first, just to kind of drill down on that. One of the things that we've been working on at San Diego City College is really focusing on equity. Of course, we've got the equity funding from the state that's kind of prompted us to do that, but it's the right thing to do anyway. But if we think about equity, I know sometimes people use equality and equity interchangeably, but we know that there's differences in what those two things mean. And just in my own head, I always think about shoes. I think about shoes when I think about what it means to the difference between equity and equality. And here's where I'm coming from on this. Some of you probably heard this before. If we're talking about equality and we're talking about shoes, if everybody gets a pair of shoes, that's equality. If we're talking about equity, everybody gets a pair of shoes that fit, right? So that's kind of the way I always think about it in terms of the difference between equality and equity. just thinking about the shoes, so I hope maybe you remember that. So when we get into teaching, it used to be that some of us would talk about pitching our lesson plan. I mean, this is way back in the day, right? Pitching our lesson plan to the average student. Now, that average student may or may not even be in the room, but at least we're pitching it at a level that is somewhere, you know, where people can somehow grab onto it or work their way to it. If we think about equality, that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about a one-size-fits-all when we do something like that, because we're not tailoring our lesson plan much to that. Now, if we talk about equity, now when we're talking about things like different learning styles, we're talking about how culture might affect their learning ability. We're talking about things like maybe a disability of some kind. Now we're talking about how education fits the individuals that we have in the room. So now we're talking about a whole different kind of approach to things. And so there's two areas when we think about, bless you up there, by the way. There's two areas when I think about what it is that we've been doing at San Diego City College relative to equity, diversity, that I think are important. The first one has to do with serving men of color. I haven't looked at your statistics here, but I can probably guess that you probably have more women than you have men by a little bit in terms of percentages. Is that correct? That's true? Well, same thing, you know, many colleges have that same scenario. There's lots of reasons why. But San Diego City College was no different. We have more women than men. But then when we started busting apart that statistic about the men, if we really start looking at it, it's the men of color that are particularly underrepresented at City College, San Diego City College. I need to make sure I differentiate because we got two city colleges going on here. So at San Diego City College, we have men of color that are particularly underrepresented. And so our goal then was, how do we at San Diego City College do a better job of recruiting, keeping, retaining our men of color onto success at the college. And so we partnered up with the Minority Male Community College Collaborative at San Diego State and put together a men of color program where people, faculty and others, start thinking about how we can do a better job of retaining those particular students in our institution. And so the Men of Color project has been kind of exciting for us, and it absolutely goes to the heart of what you're talking about when you say, when we talk about diversity and equity. One other thing I wanted to leave you with on this topic has to do with reducing recidivism. And San Diego County has one of the worst recidivism rates in the entire state. You won't believe this, but almost 75% of the formerly incarcerated individuals end up recommitting a crime and going back to prison in San Diego County. It's about 72%, I think, is the actual percentage. What we have done, I think, in a very courageous way to help with this problem is we got a grant from the Parker Foundation, and we've got a cohort of 30 formerly incarcerated individuals aged between 18 and 24 years of age that are being integrated into our academic culture at San Diego City College. And for the most part, these individuals are African American and Latino. And so when it gets to equity and diversity, we welcome these folks with open arms because, you know, it helps with all of what it is we're trying to accomplish in our mission at City College. And so there's all kinds of programming things that I could talk about with this, but I think it's a very courageous thing that we're doing at City College in that regard. And it's one that we've only been doing it for a year and a half now, so we still have preliminary data. I can't really give you a whole bunch of data on it in terms of outcomes, but I can tell you that just from the preliminary data, we're seeing some really good progress of these men. And I think that's something to be proud of. The other side of this is that this spring we started a cohort of formerly incarcerated women. So we're now dealing with how we can best serve that population and that group of individuals. Again, when we talk about equity, we're talking about, with a laser focus, what it is that these folks are going to need to be successful. Not a generic, one-size-fit-all kind of a thing. So there you go.
Thank you. 2 more questions, about 3 minutes for each. How would you ensure that the college serves our local community needs, including residents ranging from high school students to seniors who are interested in personal enrichment classes?
Well, to me, this question goes right to the definition of a comprehensive community college. I mean, if we want to break that out and we want to say, okay, well, we're only going to focus on the transfer students, then we would be a junior college, right? If we want to break it out another way and just focus on career training, then we'd be a technical college. But if we want to be a comprehensive community college, which is what Santa Barbara City College is, as is San Diego City College, if we want to hold ourselves out to that broad mission, which is a tough mission to fulfill, but you're already doing it in many, many ways. We need to be able to have the entire realm of educational offerings, from the high school students to the senior citizen that wants to be able to take personal enrichment classes or those non-credit classes. So I think that's really critical. Educators are kind of an interesting lot in some ways. We are really, really good at building walls. We build walls between K-12 and the college. We build walls between the administration and faculty, 4-year schools, 2-year schools. We're just really good at building walls, and what happens is many times with all of these walls, we start, I guess I won't say being walled in, but we start living in a bubble, right? And the exposure to the rest of the community becomes limited. And so I think to break that down, what we have to do is we have to invite the community to the college. We have to make sure that they're understanding what it is that we're doing here and what we're trying to accomplish. And one of the things I'd like to be able to do here, should I be so fortunate to get the president's job, is to start something that I'm calling the president's circle of college friends, I guess, if for lack of a better name at this point. But it would be kind of an advisory group made up of nonprofits, of some of the other educational institutions in the area, Unified, maybe even some of the private 4-years, industry folks, labor, business, chamber, a really broad collection of individuals from the community to be able to come in and meet with myself and staff, faculty, to be able to understand what the true needs are of the community. And I know that some of these areas have history. For example, the older adult program. But what's nice about being a new president coming in is that we can respect all of that, but we can also say this is a new opportunity for us to be able to take a look at some of those things through a different lens and through new eyes. And so I think that president's circle of friends would be helpful. I did last night, as Carolyn knows, get online, and so I thought, well, maybe I should just check to see kind of what's going on with Santa Barbara City College. And so I got on there and I came across a blog. I don't remember the name of it, but it was one of these blogs where it's anonymous and you can kind of write whatever you want. And I searched on their Santa Barbara City College, and I noticed that there were some folks on there that were, let's just put it this way, not all that positive about what the college is doing. Y'all know what I'm talking about? This. So I'm like, what is going on here? So then I started thinking about, this question. I thought, I need to invite, for lack of a better term, the foe. I need to have lunch with the foe. I need to find out what those folks are all about. Why is there anything negative about such a fantastic college like we have here at Santa Barbara City College? It could be something that happened to one of those individuals maybe 25 years ago, and they never got over it. Maybe I can fix that. Maybe just by meeting and talking with these folks, we can resolve some of those issues. Not all of them. I'm not naive about these things, but I think that we need to at least reach out. And I think that would be a big part of my job, is to be able to reach out to those folks too, because this is their college as well, and be able to reconnect and see if we can't mitigate some of those things. I bet you we can for the most part.
Okay, and I'm watching time because I want to make sure that we have time for questions. So the last one, 2 minutes. What do you believe to be the biggest challenge facing community college students today, and how have you addressed those challenges at your campus?
Well, I have to be honest with you. For me, the first thing I went to was college readiness. I'm thinking that is a huge challenge for students. But then the more I thought it through, I'm thinking, yeah, it's a challenge for students, but I think it's actually more of a challenge for us as an educational institution to deal with college readiness. And that's not something new. College readiness has been around forever. The problem of students coming to the college and not being ready. I think the national average is something like 70% of all students are assessing into less than college level reading, writing, or math. And I don't suspect that it's probably too much different here. So that's been a problem that we've had. I guess where I'm coming from on that whole little bit of a discussion has to do with, I don't think we want to blame the students for college readiness. I think the problem lies in the institution. I think blaming the student or saying that it's the student's challenge really shifts all of that to somebody else. So I'm not going to say that college readiness is the biggest challenge of a community college student. I'm not willing to go there yet. I think a bigger problem, though, is the problem of financial debt and the problem of being able to come to college, get done with college, and be able to get a job and not be so far in debt that it's going to hold you back for a good portion of your working life. And I was doing some statistic checks last night, and $1.2 trillion worth of financial debt is out there for financial aid. Something like 70% of everybody that graduates from college now has some significant major financial debt. Of course, here in California, where we're talking about $46 a credit, the tuition fee, don't really call it, it's a registration fee, really. Not tuition so much that we call it here, but the registration fee of $46 a credit is not the big factor, right? The bigger factor when it comes to debt has to do with housing, transportation, food, books. Books nowadays, oh my gosh, books are more expensive than the tuition itself or the enrollment fee itself. And so it's all of those other things that are accumulating the debt. So what have we done at San Diego? Just last week, we approved the San Diego Promise. And we're just going to pilot this for now. But 200 students are going to be in this first cohort starting 2016, this fall coming up. And they're coming right out of the high schools, which I think is the best model. They're coming right out of the high schools. Actually, 175 are coming right out of the feeder high schools. 25 of the students are coming from the adult continuing education program that we have there. So for a total of 200. And we are going to provide them with a free education. I think that's
30
the,
seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
I think that's the most noble thing that we can do to help the students with the challenges of trying to finance their education. It's an access issue for us, as it is for all the students. So,
Yeah.
so there you go.
Yeah, sorry to rush you, but I do want to make sure that we have time for questions. And Kenley has a mic, and Dan has a mic. So anyone who has a question, please limit yourself to 30 seconds on the question so we have time for the response.
Good afternoon. My name's Jean Serber. I'm a neighbor. I live across the street. I've lived here for 30 years. All three of my children have attended Santa Barbara City College, and I love this institution. Recognizing the falling enrollment and the mandate to accept any California student who applies, I see from the latest enrollment figures available to the public that only 62% of the students at Santa Barbara City College are from the Santa Barbara Goleta area. And that's while 98% of the students at Allen Hancock Community College and 82% of Ventura Community College students are local. And there's a growing controversy about a local developer creating a high-density student housing on the edge of an environmentally sensitive butterfly habitat in this low-density neighborhood to accommodate these out-of-area students. I had a two-part question. You've actually answered the first question pretty well about how you would increase enrollment of local students. My second part of the question is, what do you think of building dorms for out-of-area students for what is meant to be a community college?
Well, thank you for that question, Jean. And I also appreciate your wisdom of sending your 3 kids to Santa Barbara City College. So congratulations on that. I am a person that believes first and foremost in serving the students of our community. So for me, a strategy of recruiting international students, although I know it's lucrative and there's a lot of colleges that are moving in that direction or have moved in that direction, for me, that is not really something that I think that is most beneficial to what it is that we're trying to accomplish in a community college. And I say that because I think there's several options yet to explore. For example, we have the Career Skills Institute now that just started up, and big kudos to Dr. Gaskin for the vision to be able to move that forward. This is the area where we can have students that can take classes for free that are related to career development or college preparation. So it's very similar to what it is that we are doing in San Diego relative to the continuing education operation, where we have 60,000 students. Now here's the thing that's so important about that. We grow the CSI, and we set up articulation agreements and transitional pathways to the credit college. And you know, I don't know how that sounds to you all right now, but that's exactly what we've been working on for the last decade in San Diego. And I can tell you that the proof is in the pudding with that, because San Diego Continuing Education now is the largest feeder of students into the colleges, larger than any of the individual high school feeders or anything else. And so I think that what we've got here is an opportunity, an emerging opportunity in the CSI to be able to set up those pathways so that those students can feed into the colleges. And when, I have a whole bunch of things I'd like to talk about with this, but the students that can go to that are students that are, in Dale Parnell's words, are the neglected majority. We know that 1/3 of the students roughly come right out of high school and go right into college. Here it's a little bit higher. We also know that 1/3 of the students that graduate from high school will never set foot on this campus, but they'll go right to work and they won't have a chance to go to college. It's just not in their thinking. And then we know that about 1/3 of the students will drop out. It's those last 2/3 of the local students that we need to make a concerted effort and be very intentional about recruiting and getting them into the CSI so that they can take the free classes and then be able to transfer over to the credit colleges. So I guess that's a long way, Gene, of telling you that I really appreciate your question, and I'm a local person in terms of a local community college, and I am not a big supporter of bringing in the international students. I mean, that would have been an option for us in San Diego, but we all sat down and said that no, that wasn't a focus or direction that we wanted to go. So I hope that kind of gets at what you were wanting.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Beebe.
Hi.
Congratulations and welcome back to Santa Barbara City College.
Thank you so much.
So my question for you is that you're applying for a president/superintendent position, and a critical piece of that job includes a relationship, a very important relationship with our Board of Trustees. And so how can you let our minds rest about your experience in managing and dealing with a Board of Trustees that maybe you may or may not have had experience in previously? Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. You know, there's a couple angles that I want to be able to express to you. The first of all, going back to when I was a vice president for instruction and student services at Yakima Valley Community College, I had a very generous president there that, in Linda Kaminsky, Dr. Linda Kaminsky, who really let me be involved with a lot of the interworkings of the board, and she always said that we're kind of a partner in being able to move the institution forward. And so, although I was the EVP, I still had tremendous experience working with boards. And then moving forward to my experience in the San Diego Community College District, there are boards that I work with on a frequent basis. The foundation board that we have both at San Diego Continuing Education and the foundation board now at San Diego City College are two boards that I'm working very closely with and have worked very closely with. The Board of Trustees themselves in the San Diego Community College District are a group that is very passionate about what it is that we do at the college, and being able to serve them in my position as a campus president has been one of the joys of my job there. And so I've had experience working with the board in that sense too. So I have had experience working with boards. Of course, I'm also on like 6 or 7 boards, and as a trustee, I'm on a school board down there in San Diego, and different boards like that, both locally, statewide, and nationally. And so I know from that side of the coin, kind of the boundaries that need to be established, and how a board member needs to respect certain things about an operation. So, you know, I mean, as you can imagine, I mean, being a president for the last 10 years, and then my other experiences, I've had exposure to boards, good and bad, you know, so I have, you know, good experience working with boards in that sense. Thanks for the question. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I really appreciated your just everything you talked about. Thank you so much. I come from the environmental community, and here in Santa Barbara we have a strong presence in our community, and this is, to me, with climate disruptions going to be on the radar pretty much my lifetime on to, and I think the next student generations need to know that the community college is going to respond with an education that really is going to address the ongoing problems that we have. At least to me, it's very important. And then how do you know, because if it's not happening, you're going to have a lot of disillusioned students out there. I think you can feel it with the young people right now. And also, a second part of my question is that the state will be, with lowering the carbon footprint, will be mandating a lot for city colleges. And this is going to affect the physical, you know, the physical buildings, everything else into the future. So this is a question that's going to be on the minds of the boards and the community, because all these costs are going to reflect in the city college over the years. And okay, I'll say enough. I could add more, but I'll leave you with that, okay?
I hear you what you're saying about that. You know, I don't know what the policy has been here at Santa Barbara City College, but just in terms of the last part of your question relative to carbon footprint, One of the things that we decided way early on after passing the two proposition bond measures, one in 2002 and one in 2006, was that all of the construction, this is $1.5 billion worth of bond money that we're working our way through in San Diego. All of that construction is to have, at a minimum, a LEED Silver certification on those buildings. Now, I don't know if it's the same kind of a policy here. I suspect it probably is. But I mean, that goes miles to reducing the carbon footprint that the college has itself in terms of starting out. So that's been an important part of what it is that we've been doing in San Diego. I have to tell you that in terms of the environment, my wife and I, Carolyn and I, have gotten into sailing. And so we're close to the environment when we do that. And I think it's been a great experience for us in terms of being able to appreciate the environment in a different way. And I tell you that just from a personal perspective because I'm committed to helping the environment however we can. For example, one of the things that we just finished up last week is what we call our Week of Service at San Diego City College. And what happens is we take a focus area, and this last week was Harbor Cleanup Day. And so we all get down in a certain part of the harbor, and we get in our grubbies, and we pick up trash with trash pickers. Just little things like that, I think, it's more than symbolic. I mean, we picked up, 400 or 500 pounds of trash along the harbor front there. Those are things that are important in terms of the students in instilling not only community service, but instilling the importance of what it is that the environment is all about. And inevitably, and we've done this for the last few years now, inevitably we'll find a dead animal. And that seagull or whatever it is, sometimes will be busted open, and we'll be able to see the kinds of things that animal's been eating. And if any of you have ever had a chance to see this kind of thing, it's horrendous because there's bits of plastic, bits of styrofoam, all kinds of things that are not supposed to be in that animal. But it goes to the fact that we're not taking care of the environment the way that we should be, and that we do need to be doing more to help educate the future generations going forward so that they understand the importance of the environment for all of us. And so I appreciate that. I mean, there's more that we could talk about with that, and I'd love to be able to speak with you offline about it even further.
And one last question.
Uh-oh.
Anthony, welcome to Santa Barbara City College. I'm delighted that you're here.
Thank you, Dr. Gaskin.
And what are the leadership values that your colleagues at San Diego City would say you practice and demonstrate every day as you carry out your CEO role?
Well, I know that they would tell you that the three values that I cherish in my leadership role are loyalty, trust, and respect. Loyalty to each other, particularly when we're not in the room, and particularly loyalty to the institution. Trust in terms of we have to be able to trust one another in this business. That's a precious commodity, and when that trust is broken, to try to rebuild that trust and to heal that loss of trust is a difficult thing to do. And so trust is precious, and we need to protect that. And then respect. There are institutions where I've had a chance to work, and I'm sure that some of you the same way, where the respect element was missing. I've seen people be disrespected in public. I've seen people be disrespected in private. And I have vowed to my leadership group in my college that I will not disrespect you in public or in private. And that's an important leadership quality and value really that I've been really working towards. So loyalty, trust, and respect are the three that I've been stressing, and I know that they would bring those up to you. Thank you.
And now it is your opportunity for about 3 minutes to make a closing statement.
Well, the time's gone by really quickly. There's a lot of things that we didn't get a chance to talk about,
Well,
but that's okay. Hopefully we'll have time to do that. You know, I started off talking about my my upbringing working on the cattle and horse ranch in Southern Oregon, and then in the fire service, and then different places where I've worked as far as community colleges. And I guess that in some kind of strange way, all of those jobs and all of those experiences have really made it so that my application here today is more valuable to you and more relevant to you. I mean, even picking tomatoes or whatever other jobs I've had, those jobs make up who I am, right? Just like all of us. And so I'm here as a unique candidate with a unique background like that. But I think that my experience as a community college student and coming into the community college as my wife will tell you, as not the best student in the world. I don't usually talk about that, right? But she was the good student, but not necessarily the best high school student in the world. I had an opportunity to see how a community college experience can change the trajectory of a person. And you all see that every day when you're working with students, and I know that happens a lot in every one of your students in terms of what it is you're doing here at Santa Barbara City College, and I just really want to be a part of that.
well, thank you so much. And thank you all for being such a great audience. We have a 15-minute break before our next forum. Good afternoon, and I welcome you to our last forum of the day. My name is Marilyn Spaventa. I'm the Interim Executive Vice President, Educational Programs, and I have the honor of moderating and timekeeping. To restate, the purpose of this forum is to introduce finalists for our Superintendent President position. There are two parts to the forum. The first part is structured with questions, and the second part is the opportunity for those who are here to ask questions. Those who are in the audience have a copy of the bios and the questions, and those who are watching remotely can access the bios and questions from the website. I'd like to remind everyone who's here to silence their phones. And I want to remind everyone that on your information sheet, as well as on the website, is an invitation for you to, should you choose to do so, provide input on any of the candidates that you've seen today. And the board would be very appreciative of that feedback. You have until 8 o'clock tonight to do so. So I am very pleased to present Dr. Kindred Murillo, who comes to us as Superintendent President of Lake Tahoe Community College. Dr. Murillo. Yes, there is a mic, and you can take it off.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So, Dr. Murillo, to begin today's forum, please tell us a little bit about yourself, what attracts you to our position as Superintendent President at Santa Barbara City College.
Thank you. Well, as our moderator just noted, I'm Dr. Kindred Murillo, and I am known as Kindred. I'm not somebody that likes to be called Dr. Murillo because I like being a person, and I think that's important to being a community college president. You've got to be approachable. And so I feel like that is something that I bring to you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about who I really am, as much as I can in front of a group of people, and live streaming from what I understand, and what attracts me to Santa Barbara City College. Well, the first thing I want to get out on the table is, I've dealt with this already, and I just want to also note, this is the first public forum like this I've done in 5 years, so it's kind of fun to try. Okay, I haven't done this in a long time, so it's a learning experience. But one of the issues that has come up, and I Google myself, when you put in for a job, you got to go do it, is this issue of allergies. It just cracks me up that trying to be transparent with a board of trustees that I truly respect and who deserve honesty about their superintendent president ends up in sort of this whole big media thing that the president is retiring and the president is allergic to pine trees. Yes, I am allergic to pine trees. But let me tell you something. I've made a lot of really good friends who are allergic to pine trees and have problems with altitude, because they've sent me notes, one from San Francisco, by the way, saying, my daughter has this problem too, and I can't come to Tahoe. And we love to ski, and we love to do these things. And so through that, I feel like, well, whether I wanted it to go out there in the middle of the world or not, it's okay. Because if I help some other people be open about something for them that's very real for me. Because every spring and every fall, I live in misery. I come to the ocean for relief. That's the truth. We spend our vacations so that I can actually breathe. And it's kind of fun, but that's what it is. So that's the story. And that's partly about who I am, because I didn't feel it was right to go out behind the Board of Trustees and look for a job without talking to them. And I think that's important. It's not fair to my college campus that I love to go out and secretly look for jobs and not tell them. It was my time to leave. And why it's my time to leave is we have an incredible leadership team at that college, and they're ready to take the helm, and they're ready to move on. And that's one of the things that I am most proud of during my time at Lake Tahoe Community College, is building an effective, outstanding leadership team. We have an academic senate president that is absolutely wonderful and has grown out of our academic senate. Our vice president of academic affairs was our academic senate president. We have a vice president of administrative affairs that is so great. We brought him in from Oregon, and he's brought such richness to our college. And it's a great mix of new people coupled with history. So if you want to know something about me, it's I believe in history and honoring the past and only changing those things you really need to change. Can anybody guess where I learned that? Thank you for an answer. I actually expected Dr. Jarrell to answer that one. Pasadena City College. Pasadena City College, where I was a vice president of administrative services, had a rich history. And I learned very quickly, honor that history. Take the history and the good things the college does and leverage and only change the things that need to be changed. That's critical, especially when you're looking at moving colleges in today's world. And we have to move. We have nothing we can do about it. It's coming at us faster than I'd care to talk about. So what about Santa Barbara City College? Well, I've done my research on you. I've watched you for a long time, especially when we patterned our dual enrollment program after your dual enrollment program. When you received the 2012 award for student equity, I was sitting in the audience, and I went and looked at what you're doing, because we are trying to deal with student equity at Lake Tahoe. You are student-centric. You are working on student equity. And the thing that I love about you the most is you will not do accept anything less than an exceptional academic program. That is so clear in your academic results. It is clear in everything you do. That speaks volumes about you as an institution. And then over here, you have the Center for Lifelong Learning that deals and works with your community for your advanced learners. That's student-centric. That's community-centric. And that's something to me that I value and I can support. The other thing you have to know about me as a leader is I'm very visionary. I believe you have to know where you're going to get there. You have to know what it is you want to be. At Lake Tahoe Community College, when I walked in, I thought I was going to do a job on helping the college deal with student equity. Now I got a big surprise. It was one that I wasn't quite ready for, but we dealt with it. We dealt with the repeatability drop in enrollments that impacted so many of us in 2011-12. We researched why did we lose our students? What happened? In the meantime, we were actually implementing a brand new, oh, this was fun, enterprise resource system from Datatel, Ellucian. So we started blaming everything in sight. Why are we losing these students? What it all came down to very heavily, was repeatability. And our community had lost 7,000 jobs in the last 5 years. Those are the kind of numbers that make you stand back and go, wait a minute, we've got to really reflect here. And so we put, in effect, an investing in our future plan. It was about diversifying our revenues. It was about enrollment management. It was about digging in with our community and really understanding what that was. We did a visioning session. We invited the community in, and we asked them, what do you think? What do you believe in here? Why do you love this college, or why don't you love this college? And sometimes you don't like the answers. I didn't like the answer I got about, well, you guys are like an island. When I went to talk to the superintendent of the K-12 system, that was the answer I got. He came to our visioning day, and he helped us create a vision, one that is working at our college. Now, that vision won't work for Santa Barbara City College, but it's the process. It's the inclusion, and that's the part I bring to you. I am an inclusionary leader. I believe in participatory governance. In fact, that's what I work well in. I don't work well in top-down. I helped Lake Tahoe redesign its governance system to really reflect participation. And I think that we are much richer for it there. Again, I feel I'm leaving a college behind that's ready to move and go on. They don't need me anymore. And that's my job. A superintendent president's job is to make sure that you are raising people up to fill your job and they can go up. That's what we do. We build leaders, whether it's a classified member, a faculty member, staff member, a community member, that's what we do. We raise students all the time, and that's what I love about it. Student equity is, I can't tell you how much I love student equity. It gets to my very being. I'm not Hispanic, Latina, or Latino. But I know what it's like to work 3 jobs, to not have the babysitter show up, and try to make a class. I know what it's like not to have money to pay for a babysitter. I've been on the end that many of our students in our communities are. And coming from Tahoe, and I don't know if you get some of the similarities, we have a very wealthy group of residents. And we have almost an unseen group of residents that work in our businesses. They work in our restaurants. They work in our hotels. They're the students that really need community college the most. And that is something I love doing.
Thank you. We have 6 questions, about 4 minutes for each. We want to make sure that we have time for questions from the audience at the end. So, Kindred, given what you know about Santa Barbara City College, what are the pressing issues that you would need to address as superintendent president here?
I think the most pressing issue right now that this college has is engaging the community. And I know that you've been engaging the community, but you've got deep issues around, it's almost like Tahoe in a sense. There's a lot of division and a lot of thinking that goes on in very intelligent, smart community members. And so therefore you've got to work really hard at listening. My very first thing to really do is go out and deal with the issue of engaging and helping the community to understand the value you bring. I just can't believe they don't love you. I'm serious. I just can't even imagine. You're so easy to love, huh? A lot of people still love you, but you identified it in your early interview. You've identified it in your conversations. I listened to the board priorities the other day. The board identified it. Looking at yourself from the outside in is always an important exercise. And I think that's something, I know Dr. Gaskin has been working on. It takes a long time. You guys have been so revered in the community in the past. And this housing issue is one that is causing you probably great distress. And I understand that one. I live in a community that has high rents. And it's very difficult for people to come to Tahoe and go to school. And yours is compounded by having UC Santa Barbara. And those students also competing for that housing. And it's something we're going to have to build partnerships with our community to further deal with. I think the next issue is stabilizing the enrollment and building a plan to diversify our revenues. The one thing that I learned as a superintendent president at Tahoe was if we didn't deal with diversifying our revenues and our generation of enrollments, we were going to continue to take money from our unrestricted general fund to keep adding technology, redoing technology, and repairing decaying facilities. It was a reality to me that I hated because it meant I was going to end up having to take money out of a classroom to fix a boiler. That was a very big reality to us. And that's something that I think that you and I hope, would have to deal with. I think that's an extremely pressing issue. I think student access and success is always at the top of our thinking. And I also believe student equity is the issue that leads to student success. If we don't deal with student equity, then we can't deal with student success. And you are doing tremendous work in that arena, and I would be one of those people that keep that top and front in your sights.
Shifting a bit, can you describe your experience working with collective bargaining units and implementing collective bargaining agreements?
Well, this is an area where I have significant experience. I have been either in a bargaining unit or negotiating in a bargain on the management side of the table for 30 years. 16 years have been in community colleges. At Southern California Edison, as a manager, I used to negotiate with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I have negotiated 3 contracts, brand new, from the ground up. That is fun. And let me make, it's not really fun. It's a lot of work. Now you have to make it fun. And that's the part, actually the last one we did at Lake Tahoe was, we actually ended up having fun. But I think what's important about my history with collective bargaining is I've got collective bargaining experience in positional and interest-based. And my experience at Contra Costa Community College District, where we had over 400 full-time faculty and 1,600 part-time faculty, working with the union to come up with good, solid contracts during a time of budget cuts, we still worked together. We worked for the best interest of our employees and our students. And we actually had fun. At Lake Tahoe Community College, we've implemented very strong strategies across our bargaining units. We've worked really hard to create an environment where we sit down and we solve problems. I've actually been at the table for the last 2 years as I've been training our new Vice President of Academic Affairs. There are days when we have to take on tough issues. But last year, after 4 years, it felt so good we were able to solve a major problem for our faculty association. We fixed the salary schedule that it's just been I just hate that salary schedule we had. It was awful. It did not work well for our faculty. It was not fair. and we fixed it. And I was so excited about that I have to tell you, it was like we settled and it was done and we implemented.
Santa Barbara City College has a very strong culture of communication and collaboration across all governance groups. Can you give us an example of a time when you relied on collaboration to solve a problem that your college had?
Well, I don't think there's anything we don't do at Lake Tahoe that's pretty much not collaborative, but I will give you a couple of major examples I think are really important. We rebuilt our governance system. When I walked into Lake Tahoe Community College, we had an accrediting visit in October. So I walk in July, and in October, here comes the accrediting agents, the team, which creates fear in your heart, right? I mean, new president, new college, okay, we get our report, and the first thing we got was, you've got to redo your governance system, which we all knew. I mean, it was pretty clear. It had been around for a long time. And what we did collaboratively was we rebuilt that governance system at Lake Tahoe Community College. We got it approved through the collaborative process. And I think that's significant because there were issues. People were feeling that, you know, whether it's true or not, there was a perception that it's been a top-down culture. And so it's like, okay, so how do we do that? How do we build a collaborative process? Coming from Contra Costa Community College District, where we had extremely collaborative processes in so many ways, and Pasadena, where I worked for years, where we were actually dealt with the Resource Allocation Committee, I felt it was important that we do it right. So we actually did it, and we are evaluating it every year to help it get better and better. The thing that we did with our actual new governance system, we took on a couple of really hard issues. And those hard issues were, we had never designated our collegial consultation. So when you looked at the 10+1, and we have 10+3, by the way, am I supposed to rely primarily on or mutually agree? So the statutes basically say you're supposed to designate those. And that was my aha moment. They're not designated. Okay, so how do we do this? And we actually went through and designated every one of our 10+3 in a very collegial, very positive way that the board agreed, the academic senate agreed, and I really think by doing that process, we built more trust. And when it all came down to it, we had to tackle the issue, and it's not any of our favorite discussion, but we had no real policy around program vitality assessments and discontinuance. We didn't have one. We had to build one. And we worked with our academic senate, and we did it. And it was accepted by our board of trustees. I felt very good about those accomplishments at the college because those are tough issues to take on.
You touched on the next question a bit, but please share your experience and results in improving student success, equity, and diversity on a campus where these have been identified as priorities.
To me, and I said it before, dealing with student success is student equity. If we don't close the achievement gap, we can't be successful because too many of our students are involved in student equity. They are the underserved students that we have in our communities. When you look at 54% of the K-12 students are Hispanic, Latino. In our state, student equity, the achievement gap, is the most important thing we can do at this point in time. That directly impacts our students' success. I'm a believer that students that are going to succeed, that are really ready and prepared, they do. It's those students that aren't prepared, that have financial challenges, that have challenges with their support systems at home, who work 3 jobs and have no hope, that we have to help. So what do? Well, at Tahoe, once we finally got financially stable, and actually I stood in front of our college a year ago and said, wow, I finally feel like we're financially stable. Right before that, we really dug in on student equity in a very internal way by dealing with implicit bias. We have trained ourselves on implicit bias because we do not want to invite people to our campus unless we're really clear that we are treating them the way they needed to be treated. And what we were finding is we were putting barriers up for our students. We were sending our students from one counter to the next counter, giving them forms and telling them how to fill them out differently. Thought that was fun, huh? You know, you go in, I talked to a student and she was telling me how difficult it was. She went to the A&R counter, admissions and records. Then she went over to student services and she was told, well, no, that's not the way you do it. So what I started finding was we were creating these barriers, and we had this sort of bias about, well, if you're in college, you need to know how to do this. And we had to break down our own internal biases. We had to go deep inside the college, and we have been. We've been having courageous conversations. We've been bringing in speakers. And in fact, this quarter, and we are on the quarter system, which creates all kinds of challenges, by the way, we are bringing in a speaker, and I don't know if any of you know her, but she's wonderful, Dr. Adrienne Foster from West Los Angeles College, to speak on how we do more hiring practices, that we invite diverse faculty and staff to our campus, that we make it feel comfortable for people. Somebody walked into our college and basically said, you guys are not friendly to Hispanics, Latina, and Latinos. And I'm like, okay, so start talking. We invited that kind of scrutiny on our campus, and we are changing our practices. We are changing our scheduling. We're changing our signage. We're changing our language. We're changing our technology. And most of all, we have to change who we are. We are basically a white college because most of our faculty and staff are white at Lake Tahoe. And we are having to make a very concerted effort to get into that, because that's what makes the difference to these students, having somebody that looks like them in the classroom, at the counter, and actually walking around and saying hello or in the leadership.
Thank you. So Kindred, how would you ensure that the college serves our local community needs, including residents ranging from high school students to seniors who are interested in personal enrichment classes?
Well, I think one of the things I think I do very well is listen. And I believe that creating environments where we, as a college community, listen to our community. We go meet with our school districts. We really meet with our school districts. I don't mean go make promises or do something. I'm talking about listening and really understanding what the needs are. I think you probably do a lot of that. And I suspect, knowing and seeing many of you and seeing the work you've done, that you take that very seriously. And I think we have to get very clear about the priorities on those things that we want to do for our community. I believe in creating forums for the community to come in. Because one of the things that enlightened me when we created this visioning forum at Lake Tahoe was we broke out into groups where we had faculty, staff, and community members, and the city council member, and the chamber member. And the conversations that went on in that room were more important than the outcome, because what I saw was viewpoints were being exchanged. The chamber member was understanding what the faculty member was saying about preparedness. The faculty member was hearing what the community member was saying about I need people that can think critically. It's so important to have those engaged conversations where you set up your community in a way that they understand what you're about and what you can do. I think that's one of the most important things, is really understanding the needs. We did a business walk recently, and it was great fun. We learned a lot about our businesses. And you know, one of the things that we learned that really kind of surprised us? Anybody guess? No? The issue around the generation gap. The issue around millennials versus sort of baby boomers. It came out in such a big way that we know we're having to deal with that in a different way. We can't just ignore it. We have to address it. So I think it's all about those kind of really difficult conversations, and taking those conversations, asking the question starts the change. I've always believed that. I believe that it creates an environment where people will be engaged.
Last question. What do you believe to be the biggest challenge facing community college students today, and how have you addressed this at your campus?
Oh, I wish I felt like there was the biggest challenge I knew. You know, part of me, the emotional side of me, says hope. I feel like our college kids these days, they don't have the hope I did when I went to community college, because there's so many issues out there. And it's because of college affordability, because of the cost of housing in that component, the cost of tuition, and the cost of the things that, you know, the textbooks. On my campus, we've been dealing with increasing our scholarships, just as you have. You've done a marvelous job at scholarship raising in your community. We are trying to make sure that we're getting to the students that need us the most with those dollars, raising money for childcare, raising money for literacy. I think those are critical. Our book loan program has saved almost $200,000 in book loan costs at our college, and is expanding. We have faculty that are so participating in the open online commons area. We are trying to push and work on some of the online books. It's inexpensive for students. I don't know if you know Dr. Larry Green. He's known statewide for being an online instructor. He is an advocate for students having online textbooks. We are working with our local community and our hotels on student housing. It's a critical issue. It's something that we face every day in our community. And we've found some hotels and some people that are willing to work with us. And we keep working on that. But we're actually in the process of going out for residence housing at Lake Tahoe Community College. It is essential for that college to have residence housing. The other thing that I think is impacting our students, and we don't often talk about this, is their what you call grit or resilience. I think really assessing that and understanding when our students come to our college what their resilience level is an area where we can do better as all colleges. We just recently saw a model that I'm so fascinated with at West Los Angeles College. And it's all about checking for grit and then finding the place and grabbing the students early on to find those support services and deal with that. I think preparedness is a huge issue. And so we are working with our high school. We are like this now with our high school. We do classes on each other's campuses, we share facilities, we work together, and we are really pushing on the dual enrollment and working through that. That piece alone is really showing us where there are some issues with that preparedness.
Thank you. And now it's an opportunity for anyone who is here to ask questions. Dan has a microphone. Kenley has a microphone. I ask that the questions be short, 30 seconds, so that we have the opportunity to get a response.
Good afternoon. My name's Jean Serber. I'm a neighbor. I live across the street. lived across the street for 30 years. All three of my children went to Santa Barbara City College, and I'm a big supporter of the college. But I have a question. Recognizing the falling enrollment and the mandate to accept any California student who applies, I see from the latest enrollment figures available to the public that only 62% of the students at SBCC are from the Santa Barbara-Goleta area. That's while 98% of the students at Allen Hancock Community College and 82% of the Ventura Community College students are local students. At the same time, there's a growing controversy about a local developer creating high-density housing, student housing, on the edge of an environmentally sensitive butterfly habitat in our low-density neighborhood to accommodate these out-of-area students. My two-part question is, dual enrollment aside, what specifically would you do to increase the enrollment percentage of locals and to recruit and retain students from within our local area? And second, what do you think of building dorms for out-of-area students for what is meant to be a community college?
Okay, so the first question is around what would I do? And I think it's really important when you ask that question about what would I do based on our 62%, is not to compare ourselves to another college that's next door, because one of the unique pieces of Santa Barbara City College is that it is going to draw students from all over the state because it's a feeder school to UC Santa Barbara. I worked at Pasadena City College and I worked at Diablo Valley College, where we had the exact same problem. We were a transfer school. People sought us out and went to our college because they knew they could transfer to the local. In Southern California, it was USC. The other one was UCLA. So those were ours there. At Diablo Valley, it was Davis and Berkeley. So it's a unique college, and they're going to want to come here because of your academic preparation. Make no mistake, you have strong academic academic, now I have to lose it, but your preparation. And so with that in mind, I think it's kind of what we're doing in Tahoe in a way. We're in a very different situation, but we look at our data. You get data informed. So one of the things we're doing is we're actually taking our high school capture rates. And by the way, Santa Barbara has one of the highest high school capture rates of any community college in the state of California. The other thing that you need to know is you have one of the highest adult participation rates of any community college in California. That was released in a report just recently. So you are accessing your local community. You are bringing the students in. So my question now is, that group of people in your high schools, or not in your high schools, but in your communities, are we reaching the underserved students that are in our community, that are working 3 jobs, supporting a family? Getting to those cultural issues. And let me give you an example. In Tahoe, what we found in working with our Hispanic, Latino community, we are going out and talking to the parents and the grandparents of these students. Because we know that grandparents and family really have an influence on these kids and whether they're going to go to college. So we are in the places in the community where our Hispanic, Latina, and Latino parents and grandparents and families hang out. We are making sure we're understanding, why aren't you in our college? Why aren't you here? And what can we do to help you? Through expanding our adult education, we actually just did a really fun boot camp. I met with the Lodging Association in South Lake Tahoe, and they told me, I have a problem. My workforce speaks Spanish, and the reason I can't promote them is they can't speak English very well. So we went, and we've developed a 3-day boot camp. turn it around. It was so much fun. It's those kinds of little things where you actually take a student who speaks Spanish and help them speak English to do their work better, that's relevant to their lives, that helps them engage in community college. I want you to know that the people that were in that boot camp actually have progressed into higher level jobs. That was pretty exciting. That's something I think that we can do. I think we can go out, we can help employers do those kinds of little things that make a difference and engage students and help them understand that they belong at Santa Barbara City College. I think the data that I've found at South Tahoe High, we've really had to work to figure out what it is we're capturing and where those students that we're not capturing are, where are they going? And what I've learned through that process is, yes, it's okay for students to go on. In a community like mine, the parents that can afford to send their kids, and a lot of Tahoe families send their kids to UC Santa Barbara, I'm going to be working with the students that can't afford to leave Tahoe. For the most part, those are the students I serve. And that's what we're doing. We're really focusing on that group of students. So understanding the data is really, really essential in this process. And I think that's one of the things that, for me to say this is what I'm going to do, I think I'd have to know a little more. I'd have to work a little more closely with the high schools and the community groups to really come up with a strong solution to that question. On the housing issue, I'm standing at it from doing research on you, from visiting your community over the years. I used to have a friend who lived not very far from here that I used to come visit about 4 or 5 times a year. And so being around your community, I think, housing may be something we want to look at. But I think it's something that we need to do in partnership and make sure that our community supports us. Because when you're looking, I was flabbergasted. I shouldn't say this on open streaming, I guess, but I will. I saw that $200 million donation to UC Santa Barbara for housing, and I almost had a heart attack. It's like, why aren't you giving it to the community college? The community college students need this. And the part that I would bring into this is that I believe that having students on your campus from other places, international students, bring a global richness to a campus that it's so hard to explain. When I was at Pasadena City College, at Diablo Valley College, at Lake Tahoe, since we have a small international program now, the vibrancy created by having these students come to your community, the economic impact that is created by having people come to your community is palpable. It truly is. It is an economic driver. And I guess my question for you would be, how do we help the community and how do we work with the community in a way that we can solve this problem together? Because I think that's what we have to do. I think we have to sit down and we have to really figure out what's going to work here in a way that's going to allow that global environment on the campus, which enriches our students' experience and allows them to move on, and one that people like you who love this college, who are the neighbors to this college, can buy into and appreciate.
Is there another question? Right behind you.
Thank you for coming to our campus and taking time away from Lake Tahoe to be with us. It's great to meet you. I'm asking the question on behalf of, we have a number of faculty who teach online and don't live in the area, and they don't have an opportunity to be here in person, so they have a question. What is the future of distance education at SBCC? Additionally, as a college that fosters opportunity for all, how can we engage our online community better and meet their needs as members of our college environment?
Well, I think the future of distance education for all colleges is significantly important. I don't think we can understate it in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I think we have to learn how to do it well, because we have students that are entering our college that from the time they were this big have been on a computer and really get it. They really learn well online. And as I've watched this evolve at 4 different colleges, campuses, and some of the resistance, some of the issues, some of the things that go on around distance education, I think the most important thing we can do is training and making sure that we're providing the resources to our faculty to be able to provide quality online education. I think that is so essential. In working with our faculty association and our academic senate at Lake Tahoe Community College, we've been really exploring this, and I think it's something at Santa Barbara City College that you have to really make sure you're doing well. And frankly, I don't know how well you're doing in that arena, but I'm sure you're doing well because your overall student success rates are great. The issue around online is really that quality issue and supporting our part, because we have I have faculty in Santa Barbara teaching distance ed. I think I have a faculty member that's teaching for you and I. So actually he contacted me when he saw me on the forum, and he said, so I think it's something that it's support. One of the things I've been learning is the online platforms. I went to the Etudes conference last year. Our academic senate president and I, and one of our administrators and another faculty member actually went to the Etudes conference because we've been using Etudes for a long time. And yet we're one of the 8 pilot projects at Lake Tahoe for the online initiative. And so I felt like I really needed to know more about this. And so in learning that, and then learning about Canvas, which is the platform the states decided to move to, I think making that conversion, moving over and really using all of the really great features of Canvas is going to be something that if we don't do well, we will be left behind. And I think that's the important piece. If Santa Barbara City College wants to be a major player in online, which I think you have to be, you are somewhat place-bound in a sense of your students are place-bound, but you can bring online students. And that gets into that thing about 62% is some of your students are online in other places in the state. I have a lot of students at Lake Tahoe that are taking online classes that show up on my statistics that are really never in Tahoe. So I think that's something that we have to continue to work on, and we are really supporting training. I am an advocate for training and faculty support around that because we have to be good at this.
Okay, we have 12 minutes for questions and closing statement. Kim?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kim Manda. I'm an English faculty member and president of our Senate. I want to thank you for the combination of big picture and specificity that you've shared at the forum today. And I'm going to ask a question that asks for a little more specificity given my background. I'm impressed by your description of the work on implicit bias on your campus. And I'm wondering if you could share an example of how that impacted classroom practice that you discovered during that work.
Okay, thank you. That is a good question. Well, one of the things that it's been funny because I'm not sure I can give you an exact example of what happened, but I can tell you the conversations changed. And I think that, it's like suddenly we're having this conversation instead of, oh, that might have not been the right thing to do, that maybe being so rigorous, because one of our great features of our faculty at Lake Tahoe is they're good. They're good at what they do, and they love our students. Well, maybe I need to think about this a little bit differently. And that's the conversation changer that specifically for me has been, I just get so excited and so rewarded when we have people are talking about equity. And I think one of the things that did happen was we have a very innovative librarian, and she and a couple of faculty members, they decided, you know what, we need to help better. We need to figure better ways to support our students. They did a cram night. So they did this. It was like, okay, all of a sudden signs went up all over college, and it was so fun. And so I went by there the other day when we had one. So we have finals, and so we have this cram night before finals. And there's pizza, and there's this. And the faculty working in that cram night with students, it was exhilarating. And I really believe that came out of us really stopping and reflecting and having that, how do we support our students better? I would tell you that I think it's created an awareness. Like, instead of fussing at a student that maybe is a little bit late to class because the babysitter didn't show up on time, it's about creating that sort of, okay, you know, maybe we can work with this. And I think those conversations, and I have to tell you, I'm organizational development. That's what my master's degree is in. I believe in culture. I believe in the change you create and how we talk about ourselves. And I think when it starts manifesting itself, I think our first thing that we did was we actually broke down the barriers in our student services area. And that was, we created a one-stop. You go one place when you walk in the door. Student goes to that one place. They don't get 2 different answers. They don't get 3 different answers. They go to one counter, and they get to a place where they can sign up for financial aid, they can sign up for counseling, they can sign up for disabled students programs and services. They have one place where they go. I think that has been one of the major outcomes. And the fact that people walk into my office that never spoke up before and say, I have this idea, and I think we should do it.
Last question.
Hi, Kindred. Welcome to Santa Barbara City College. I'm glad you're here. And my question is, what are the leadership values that your colleagues at LTCC would say you practice and demonstrate every day in your CEO role?
Okay, can I use the word klutz? Sorry. I have to laugh, because at our last leadership team meeting, I dumped a cup of coffee into my beloved Mac. So I'll say klutz. No. You know, we were having a little difficulty last week, which we always do on campuses. We always have our little things. And so I walked in and I was chatting with our vice president and one of our deans. And, you know, I went in and I said, you know, I'll back you on this. And they looked at me and they said, we know you always have our back. One of the things that I think is so critical that I hope they would say to you, because I know you've done good reference checks, by the way, is I'm committed, and I'm open, and I allow people to be the best they can be. I expect them to be the best they can be. They will tell you that too. It's like, she has high expectations. But I'm there with support, and I think they will tell you that too. One of the nicest things I've heard is from one of our leadership team who chairs our Institutional Effectiveness Council, and he said, you know, when you came, they had just been through some really tough years at Lake Tahoe, 3 really tough years. A lot of turnover, a lot of issues, and it was kind of wasn't the place Lori left. And people were feeling battered. And you know what he told me was, he said, you know, I hate to see you leave. You've made such a difference. We are now having collegial conversations built on trust. That, to me, is my job, is to create the environment where people can be the best they can be. And I think my leadership team would tell you that, because they've all benefited from that. And when I talk about our leadership team, I'm talking about our union presidents. I'm talking about our academic senate president. I'm talking about the people that I work with every day at the college that I feel very strongly about. In fact, it's very hard. I'm going through a grieving process, very candidly. The decision to leave Lake Tahoe is not one that came easily. It's one that I thought seriously. My husband and I had conversation after conversation after conversation. And when I put my application in here, I was committed. I'm committed, and that's getting into my closing statement.
Yes.
I don't do things lightly. I don't apply where I don't think my skills match where the college is. I don't even mess with it. When I applied at Lake Tahoe Community College, I applied for 6 jobs out of 26 jobs in the state at the time. I did my research. I knew that I was going to work for a great board. I knew I was going to be representing a strong faculty and staff that loved the college. And I knew I was going to be going into a community that had been through the ravages of job loss, environmental issues. Talk about environmental. You and I should have a conversation one of these days about environmental issues. Lake Tahoe is a hotbed of everything we do is around environment. Rightfully so, because that's what we do. We protect Lake Tahoe. But that's one of the things that I had to go into, and we've really managed to become the center of South Lake Tahoe. Our community considers us the arts, education, and cultural center of South Lake Tahoe. And that's because of 5 years of very hard work. So I look forward to hopefully seeing you again. If not, thank you for the questions. I really appreciate the candid questions and the opportunity to be here with you today.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank all of you who are here or who are listening remotely. I want to remind you that you have until 8 o'clock tonight to submit some feedback to the board. The board will be interviewing tomorrow, and it is the Board of Trustees that will be making the ultimate decision. So I thank all of them who are here today as well. Thank you. I've dropped that.